This meeting of the Coventry Town Council will now come to order at 6:01 PM. Roll call, Vice President Ludwig.
Here.
Mr. Shockley.
Here.
Mrs. Lima.
Here.
Mr. LeBlanc.
Here.
President Dixon here. Vice President Ludwig, please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance and then provide the emergency evacuation plan.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
You can exit behind you and to the left.
Thank you. May I have a motion to, and a second to recess into executive session at 6:02 for the following. Close pursuant to Rhode Island General Law 42465A1 for discussion of job performance, character, physical, and mental health of a person or persons, specifically for the council to interview candidates for the school building committee. May I have a motion and a second?
I'll make a motion.
Thank you. May I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Roll call, Vice President Ludwig.
Yes.
Mrs. Shockley.
Yes.
Mrs. Lima.
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc.
Yes.
President Dixon, yes. We will recess into executive session. I expect that we'll be back by approximately 6:10 or 6:15. Thank you. May I have a motion and a second to adjourn from executive session at 6:25? Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see him. May I have a motion and second to adjourn from executive session at 6:26 PM?
I'll make a motion.
Thank you.
I'll make a second.
Thank you. Roll call. Vice President Ludwig,
Yes.
Mrs. Shockley,
Yes.
Mrs. Lima,
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc,
Yes.
President Dixon, yes. 5 yeas, no nays. May I have a motion and a second to seal the minutes of the executive session?
Make a motion.
May I have a second?
I'll second.
Roll call. Vice President Ludwig.
Yes.
Mrs. Shockley.
Yes.
Mrs. Lima.
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc.
Yes.
President Dixon, yes. 5 yeas, no nays. The motion passes. Agenda item C2, approval of the town council meeting minutes for June 13th, 2022. Madam Clerk, did you receive any corrections and have the corrections been made?
Yes, I did, and they have been made.
Thank you. May I have a motion and a second to approve the amended minutes for June 13th, 2022?
So moved.
May I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Roll call. Vice President Ludwig.
Yes.
Mrs. Shockley.
Yes.
Mrs. Lima.
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc.
Yes.
President Dixon, yes. 5 yeas, no nays. The motion passes. Agenda C3, recognition and memorial of COVID victims in the town of Coventry, reference pages 23. Mr. Marchand, please present.
So the state of Rhode Island did a commemoration and recognition in memory of all those who have lost their lives due to COVID since the outbreak began in 2020. And the state put out little white flags on the State House lawn from Saturday, June 25th through Saturday, July 2nd of this year to recognize and memorialize over 4,000 white flags to display and showcase the magnitude of our loss as a state while honoring each person who has died from COVID-19. As part of this program of In America, Rhode Island Remember, they also sent the town of Coventry 139 flags and a sign which have been placed out on the front lawn, which you should have seen as you came in for those that lost their life in this community. So we just wanted to participate in unity and solidarity to mourn with those who are grieving the loss of loved ones as a result of this tragic pandemic.
Thank you so much for following through with this. Any comments by any members of the council? Okay, thank you. Agenda item C4, recognition of Miranda Musumeci for her academic achievements and social awareness toward others. This is reference pages 24. We have two recognitions for Miranda this evening, one from the state and one from our local government. And I'd like to call Senator Rogers to please come forward to present the state's recognition. And I'd like to invite Miranda and her family and friends to come forward with her.
Thank you, Honorable Council. It is a pleasure. I don't do this often enough, but it's the shining part of some of the things we do up at the State House. So tonight, I'm going to present a resolution first and then a Senate citation. So I will start with the Senate resolution. And whereas Miss Teenage America Pageant began in the United States in 1961 as a pageant for high school girls, it is now Miss American Teenager Pageant with 3 royalty titles: Teenager, Junior, and Preteen. Rhode Island's own homegrown Miranda Musumeci is the current reigning Miss American Teenager Junior. And whereas Miranda, also affectionately known as Randa, by her family and friends as a 14-year-old freshman of Coventry High School, where she achieves high honors as a member of the National Junior Honor Society and Navy Junior Reserve Officer Training Corps. Very interesting. Her hobbies include dance, calligraphy, reading, sewing, as well as competing in pageants. And whereas, in addition, Miranda is an active parishioner at the St. Francis Episcopal Church, volunteers and works for Westwood YMCA in Coventry, and has devoted more than 400 hours towards No Child Left Behind platform in order to provide summer camp experiences for all children. And whereas the Miss American Teenage Pageant mission is to encourage and support our delegates as they serve their communities, and is an official President Volunteer Service Award certifying organization, with Miranda's volunteer pursuits in her leadership role as Vice President of Skills USA, she has surely demonstrated her devotion to those in her community. She also hopes to one day become a kindergarten and special education teacher. And whereas during the pageant competition, Miranda earned a panoply of honors and awards, including Best Gown, Best Resume, Best Interview, and Media Appearance. The countdown to the pageant award was most photogenic and impressive list of prizes. Now there be it resolved that we here gathered hereby congratulate Miranda Musumeci on being named Miss American Junior Teenager and wish her much happiness, good health, and continued success in her future endeavors. That is a resolution. And I would also like to award you the Senate citation, also recognizing you for your achievements, signed by the Senate President, me, and the Minority Leader. Thank you. No. And here is the folder. You want a folder? Family, everybody?
Right?
Nice.
We'd like to invite Miranda and her family and friends to come forward again because we have a resolution from the town of Coventry. This is a certificate of recognition from the town of Coventry. The town of Coventry Town Council extends a special recognition to Miranda Musumeci, who was selected as 2023 American Junior Teenager at a national competition August 3rd to 7th, 2022 in Orlando, Florida. Miranda competed with 50 girls in her age group and won her national title as a 14-year-old. She won a 4-year scholarship at Hollins University in Virginia. Whereas Miranda achieved high scholastic honors in Allen Shawn Feinstein Middle School and is continuing her education as a freshman at Coventry High School, where she is a member of the NRROTC program. Whereas during the summer of 2022, Miranda volunteered almost 500 hours at the Westwood YMCA and worked with children who have special needs. Working with others, she planned and organized a successful Touch a Truck event at the YMCA. She has also helped raise funds for camperships and has mentored youth in local pageants. Whereas her aspiration is to provide children from all communities the opportunity to experience summer camps and to promote healthy kids, healthy minds, and healthy bodies. Therefore, the Coventry Town Council recognizes Miranda for her academic achievements and social awareness toward others. In testimony thereof, and on behalf of the Honorable Town Council, I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the town to be affixed this 26th day of September, 2022. Ann Dixon, Council President. So please come forward. We also know behind every successful teenager is a dedicated, passionate, loving family. So thank you for your support of your daughter and your family. You all are welcome to stay for our entire meeting because there's lots of great things coming ahead. But if there's homework or something else to do or a television show, you may go. But feel free to stay as long as you wish. And thank you, Senator Rogers, for coming with the state recognitions. We appreciate it. Okay. So now the next report is very interesting. Agenda C5, a progress report on the bacteria study on Lake Tiogue by Fusen O'Neill, Project Manager Laura Marcolini. Please come forward.
Actually, thank you for having us this evening. We actually have two very brief PowerPoint presentations. My colleague Stefan Bankston will present the water quality study for Tiogue Lake, and then I will provide you an update on the facility, the wastewater facility planning project that we have.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Council. So I'm delighted to be able to provide you with an update on the Tiogue Lake bacteria study. Next slide, please. So this project started really in 2018 when the Department of Environmental Management and Department of Health conducted their water quality monitoring that they do on a regular basis at Briar Point Beach and identified very high levels of Enterococcus bacteria. This level was 40 times higher than the Department of Health's action value at which they recommend closure of the beach. And this closure in 2018 lasted for about 2 weeks. They did some follow-up sampling and to try to identify what was the cause of those high bacteria levels at the time, and were not able to identify it in 2018. Next slide, please. So the issue is that Enterococcus is what's called a fecal indicator bacteria. It points to the presence of harder to detect pathogens like bacteria and viruses that are present in human and animal waste. And ingesting this contaminated water during bathing or kayaking, canoeing, primary and secondary types of recreation, like at a swimming beach, can cause gastroenteritis and vomiting in the worst cases, as well as skin rashes, ear, eye, and throat infections. So the fact that it was found points to a genuine public health concern at the beach. There are a few potential sources of Enterococcus in the watershed that drains to Tiogue Lake, such as stormwater when bacteria exist in the drainage system, and when it rains, they get flushed into the lake, as well as illicit discharges, which are prohibited by town ordinance, as well as state and federal regulations, which can stem from connections from septic systems and other discharges that are not allowed by town ordinance. We also looked for contaminated groundwater seeps, which could result from failing septic systems, as well as pet and wildlife waste. Next slide, please. So we approached this by looking at an on-site assessment, rainfall data, septic repair permits, and water use data. These approaches combined an approach that was developed by the Environmental Protection Agency with the analysis of secondary data, that is data that we did not collect ourselves, but is publicly available by government and nonprofit sources to help us identify which of these potential sources were contributing to the bacteria problem in Tiogue Lake. So with the on-site assessment, we found a groundwater seep and a pet waste hotspot that had elevated levels of bacteria, but where these were located within the watershed, they don't necessarily point to those two being the direct cause of a bacteria hotspot at the beach. So they're present and they are contributing. It's just not clear that those are directly responsible. Stormwater, we found to have a clear signal. We did a statistical analysis to identify sort of the cause and effect of rainwater on bacteria levels in the pond, and we found a clear signal there. We also found that cesspools were present around the lake. We found this looking at the at publicly available septic system repair permits, as well as in talking to people that I met as I was walking around the lake back in March. And again, also in reviewing the publicly available septic repair permits, there were 2 open permits that were open at the time of the high bacteria levels. So it's possible that those septic systems may have been the cause, but they have since been deemed to be in conformance with DEM regulations. So if they were the problem, they are no longer the direct cause of that. So all that said, we didn't find a single major point source, no, smoking gun, if you will, in the data. So that points to a more diffuse or broader source of bacteria. Next slide, please. So there are a few things that we can do, both in the short term and in the longer term. So starting in the near term, while working towards the longer term solutions, is probably going to be the best way to protect water quality in the lake. In the short term, targeted public education and outreach to the known hotspots that we identified in the watershed survey, around septic system and cesspool maintenance to make sure that these systems are functioning properly, as well as pet waste outreach like scoop the poop and proper lawn maintenance are really the main things to do in the near term to maintain the quality of water in Tiogue Lake. The second thing, and this is something that the town does very well, is there is an ordinance against feeding waterfowl and picking up after your dog. So importantly, continuing to enforce those ordinances, as well as providing waste bags and trash cans for proper disposal along the Arnold Road Causeway, like in this picture here. Over the longer term, addressing the stormwater and septic system and cesspool issues around the lake will be important, but these are longer term solutions because they require more survey, more design, and a greater capital investment. But in the report that we provided, we make a few specific recommendations about where green stormwater infrastructure retrofits might be best suited to have the most impact. And from an efficiency perspective, pairing these green stormwater infrastructure retrofits with other roadway projects such as mill and overlay projects, full depth reconstructions, as well as utility installations, can be the most effective and efficient way to install these, because the cost of excavation of digging up a roadway only has to be incurred one time. In addition, coordinating the sewer facility plan with the upcoming comprehensive plan that the town is undertaking shortly will also be effective at identifying the best path forward for addressing septic systems. And all of this costs money, and the most efficient way to save the town as much money as possible is by participating in the Municipal Resilience Program, which is operated by the Rhode Island Infrastructure Bank. And to the extent that individual homeowners are unable or unwilling to connect to any potential future sewering, the Department of Environmental Management and the Infrastructure Bank both operate this community septic system loan program to provide low interest loans to individual homeowners to upgrade their systems. The town is already a part of that program and could sort of reactivate that program to address this over the long term. So with that, those are an update of what we found in Tiogue Lake. So thank you very much, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Members of the council, are there any questions? Vice President Ludwig?
So the study, you said it started in June 2018.
That was the original water quality monitoring result. Our study began in January of this year.
Okay. So, so you're kind of comparing information since that June study. I'm trying to connect the two. Like what happened? Were the levels so high back then, and now we're saying, okay, now we have these areas that we think these are the contributing factors for that being so high 2 years ago, or just in general?
Just in general, but there have also been exceedances, none to the level that was found in 2018, but there have been exceedances on the order of 1 to 2 per year since then, and going back to the monitoring data started in about 2006.
Okay. I may have more questions later. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions by members of the council? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So hopefully I can dovetail what Stefan just told you with our wastewater facility plan and the progress we've made to date, and then what's going to happen in the near future. So Cody, could you pass through? So there are aspects I've listed of the facility planning process: data collection, coordination with stakeholders, public participation. We have to evaluate the town's needs, develop alternatives, and then recommend a plan. So I want to walk through work we've completed or are in progress of completing, and then look at future efforts that we're going to partake.
Excuse me, Ms. Marcolini, could you just step back 1 minute? There are many members of the audience that we don't usually have here. And maybe you could just give a brief summary of why your company was hired and what we're asking you to do as consultants for us.
Certainly. So the town has, for approximately between 30 and 40 years, has had a progression of plans developed that meant to address the needs for sewering in mostly the eastern portions of town. The 100% of the costs of those potential sewering projects were placed upon the individual homeowners in any given area. Like, for example, if a sewer were going to be extended up one street, the houses on that street were assessed the cost of that sewer extension project. And that is looking backward. And so there was quite a bit of hesitation and onus placed on homeowners. There are some affordability issues in certain neighborhoods and for certain homeowners. A lot of people have septic systems or cesspools that are in various states of disrepair, and have had to weigh whether they would spend a lot of money to repair or replace those systems with advanced systems, or wait until sewers were brought to their homes or up their streets. And so we were interviewed in May or June of this year. The town had advertised and requested proposals from various engineering companies to take a fresh look at the state of affairs in town with regard to wastewater and how to best manage wastewater, whether it's in the western portions of town where the lots are very large and could allow for continued use of on-site systems like septic tanks and leach fields, and then look at sewering needs on the eastern portion of town where the lots are very small and the parcels are very dense in those areas. And you also have environmental receptors like Tiogue Lake, Johnson's Pond, and various other water bodies that could be impacted negatively. So we were interviewed and we were selected. And so we've begun this process, this facility planning process, and we are a good way I'd say maybe a third of the way through our efforts. And I wanted to present that progress here tonight and would be happy to answer any questions afterward.
Okay, correct.
Okay,
Thank you. Thank you for that
Okay.
summary. That was very helpful.
that's good.
So continue on.
Okay. So Cody, could you go to the next after this? So we've completed several topics to date. We've begun our public participation program. We've created a flyer that explains the wastewater facility planning process. And it is up on the town's website. The flyer actually identifies parcels with on-site systems that do not have failure, concerns over failure, do not have access to public sewers or town sewers, will basically have no change. The planning process, it describes that, and parcels that are already sewered, there will be no change. So the column in the middle is where we are at the moment. We've also developed a questionnaire that's going to be mailed or has been mailed, to a targeted list of parcel owners. That targeted list is identified in the planning areas that we have drafted in the eastern portion of town only. We are not mailing the questionnaire to the entire population of the town because we want to focus on the areas where sewers are probably mostly needed, which is the eastern portion of town. We also met on August 31st with the Tiogue Lake Homeowners Association. I believe that's the right name for it. Maybe it's Briar Point Homeowners. There was an informal discussion on everyone's perspective of sewer extensions around the lake. And there was a resounding support for sewer extension coupled with an assessment cap. So where the homeowners would understand what their maximum liability would be for in that neighborhood, there was a resounding 100% raising of the hands. I think there were anywhere from 30 to 40 people present. So if you could advance to the next slide. We've also collected quite a bit of data that we need in order to proceed with this process.
Quick question for you, if I could.
Yes.
What was the cap amount that was discussed at that meeting?
$15,000 was discussed as a draft that was being presented by the sewer subcommittee.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. We have obtained the town's current water consumption data from Kent County Water Authority. We have obtained the sewer collection system network map and wastewater discharge flow data. We have collected the sewer fund finance data. We have spoken and met with Rhode Island DEM and Rhode Island Infrastructure Bank about funding options. And we have looked at the census tract map and median household income data in the eastern portion of town. And this map here shows 4 different census tract areas. The ones highlighted in blue are areas where the median household income is above the state median income. The 2 that are highlighted in yellow are below the state's median household income and would possibly be sewer projects in those areas that go through SRF financing could possibly be forgiven. Those loans could possibly be forgiven if the sewers were deemed unaffordable for residents in those census tract areas. You'll notice the tract 603 in the bottom that's where Tiogue Lake is. It appears that the median household income is above the state. There are other alternatives. Stefan just mentioned the Municipal Resilience Program and action grants. There's also ARPA funds that could possibly be made available or be considered for sewer extensions in that neighborhood. So If you go one more slide. We've also looked at adding the cost of this facility planning project to Rhode Island's priority projects list, and also getting a low interest SRF loan to cover the cost here. That loan possibly could be rolled up into larger projects with the 1% interest rate. I believe at the beginning of October, DEM will be out of their 30-day notification period. And at that point in time, if this facility planning project has been added to their list, the town could apply for that low interest loan. So next slide. I've already talked about this forgiveness in areas where sewer is not necessarily affordable. Other towns have taken this approach and been very successful at getting their sewer projects funded and forgiven. And we talked about action grants as well. So we could scroll through the next slide. Another item that we've already addressed in our work so far is provided the town opinions of cost updates for the two major pump stations, sewer pump stations, the Woodland Manor and the Sandy Bottom pump stations. We've brought the opinion of costs up to 2022 numbers using cost index data. And both of those pump stations are in different states of disrepair. If the town elects, could place these projects on their capital improvements priority list and consider use of ARPA funds. And then if that's not an option, look at possibly an action grant associated with basically tightening up those systems or the low interest SRF loan. Next one. So work in progress. We have collected all that Kent County Water Authority data. The parcels in orange or the brownish orange are parcels that are not yet sewered, but are on the Kent County Water Authority consumption list. Green parcels are sewered and are connected to Kent County Water. And then the blue parcels are sewered, but do not have water usage data. So, and this is the focus point of the eastern portion of town. So we've overlaid this data with, if you advance to the next slide, with the planning areas. We have created planning areas within each of the census tract areas because we want to make sure that the town can optimize the amount of money that it can get through grants or loans, low interest loans. So we've created 31 different planning areas to consider sewering or some hybrid approach between on-site systems and or collection systems. We've looked at all the water consumption data in those planning areas, and then outside of the planning areas where the parcels are already sewered. And it looks like at the moment, it's about just under 1.4 million gallons per day. This number does not include inflow and infiltration associated with stormwater into a sewer system. We need to add that component onto it, but that's a preliminary number. And I believe you're currently paying for 2.25 MGD of capacity in West Warwick. So if you go to the next slide. So this timeline here on the left, the end of September, and actually this week we're working with Raftellus. They have their cost model drafted. So we're going to have the cost of sewering, basically. We'll have a model that we can use to input various capital projects and various sewer areas, if you will, for future consideration to see where the sewer fund becomes solvent, if you will, and not in the operating in the red like it has been. At the end of this month, we're also generating and submitting a tech memo associated with how much capacity these planning areas will require in 20 years, and then project it out to like a build out number. Right after that, we hope to hold a workshop with the town staff. And then in October, we're going to develop alternatives for the different planning areas and evaluate those alternatives as they relate to environmental receptors, affordability, parcel density, parcel size, all those little criteria. And then we'll rank different planning areas and sewer projects. After the conclusion of that workshop, that second workshop, I suggest we come up with a capital improvements projects list. So a priority list that the town can use to decide how they want to use ARPA funds associated with projects, sewer projects. And then in just before November, we're hoping to hold a 60% facility plan workshop with the town. So we're going to write this plan. We'll bring it to 60% completion, hold an open house with the public, and that date and location is to be determined. Late November, we're hoping to have a formal financial plan associated with the sewer project or sewer program. And then in December, come to a 90% milestone. After DEM gives us comments back, we hope to hold a public hearing, and then in early February, submit the final plan. If you advance to the next slide, Cody, after that plan is finalized, it will be rolled up into the community comprehensive plan that Beta is currently working on. We're actually coordinating with them as we go. But in the future, the town will need to address 3 other documents and make sure that the facility plan and these other documents coordinate with one another. So there's an on-site wastewater management plan. So parcels that will remain for a long period of time on-site systems need to be, there's an existing plan. It's very old. It needs to be updated and put to Rhode Island DEM so that the town can continue to offer the community septic system loan program to homeowners. So if people have a failed system and they would like to get a low interest loan to help them with those costs, this is a document that needs to be updated. The sewer ordinance is in great need of update, and should wait. The final sewer ordinance should be redrafted, if you will, after the facility plan is finalized. If you are going to move forward with the capping, the interim cap, in order to get public support, I think that's a separate topic for discussion than the facility plan itself. And then there's the intermunicipal agreement with West Warwick, and that document needs to be reviewed, and we need to make sure they're all coordinated with one another. So with that, I want to say thank you. And I talked for more than 5 minutes. I was hoping to talk for less, but I don't know if you have specific questions. But
Okay, council members, any questions?
Yes.
Vice President Ludwig?
Thank you, Laura, for going over that. There was a slide that you were showing before, kind of just draft locations,
yes,
31 of them.
just those are plan areas, and they're. You could go back a few slides.
Ms. Marcolini, could you define when you say eastern part of Coventry, what that actually means?
That is, sure, I can come over. Can you hear me if I go?
Yes.
You want to point here for me? So this is Tiogue, that's Tiogue Lake. So the planning areas, we have shown 4 census tract areas on the map, and that's the dark black lines, if you will. Yes, thank you. And Tiogue Lake is at the bottom southeastern corner of this map. And there are a bunch of different colors, and the colors are just to try to demarc different areas where a sewer extension project may make sense, right? So we need to look at the number of houses we can get on a sewer extension project, how big that project is. We wouldn't want to just go in and say the whole eastern half of town is going to be sewered all at the same time, because that's just not feasible to do. So we need to carve off individual areas or neighborhoods, if you will. And so that this is an attempt to do that, but we are following the census tract outlines, and we have a number of planning areas within each one of those census tract areas so that we can ultimately put you in a position where you might be in a better place to get more funds.
So I just want to go back to my question, if that's okay.
Yes.
So I know this is draft.
Yes.
There's lots of steps that have to happen before sewers go on any of these places.
Yes.
I want to make sure I understand though on some of the reasoning. So it sounds like we're using water data, census data. We're looking at the location of and number of houses on streets, location near existing lines, and the pipes to get to the West Warwick facility. Has any consideration been given or will be given to some of the geographical items? So just two things I'm thinking of.
Okay.
Obviously, as you go up or downhill, we have to consider things like building in pump stations, things like that.
Mhm.
And then whether or not we're going to hit ledge. So,
So we have,
how does that come in here?
Yes, it does come into play. In the area just west of Tiogue Lake, there's two orange colored right off. Yes, thank you. Those two orange areas. One is east of Arnold Road and the other is west of Arnold Road. The area east of Arnold Road is down the hill. We would not necessarily be able to gravity flow from those houses into a sewer system that would run up, presumably up Arnold Road, or actually already does run up Arnold Road. So those homes would probably need to have sewage ejector pumps and low pressure system to connect to that line.
So it sounds like there will be consideration given to different specifics in terms of where these places are located.
Yes.
Okay. That's helpful. Thank you.
Soil classification maps are going to be reviewed as well. So.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you.
So Ms. Marcolini, on your map, does this go east to West Warwick and west to Johnson's Pond?
Yes. Johnson's Pond is actually shown on the western side there, that dark blue.
Mm-hmm.
You see that there. The West Warwick is just to the east off that image.
And how far north does it go? Does it go to Situate
It goes all the way
or
to,
Cranston?
it goes all the way up to the town line. That's the town line running across the top, that dark line across the top.
So these are areas that you say are potential areas. Is that correct?
Yes, these are the draft planning areas that we're going to look at, either the feasibility for sewer extensions or hybrid type systems, and how to optimize funds, whether it's affordable in different neighborhoods or not. But we need to go through that matrix, that evaluation, in order to determine that.
So each of those colored areas would have some type of data associated with it, with your prioritization of
Yes,
what kind of system, et cetera. Is that correct?
that's correct.
Okay. And when would that be ready?
The matrix we are proposing to go through in October, and the 60% facility plan would presumably have those elements included in it in the November timeframe.
Excellent. Thank you. Any other questions? Mr. LeBlanc?
Two things. First, just want to say thank you for your presentation. Really appreciate it. The first thing, Mr. Marshall, can we make this presentation available on the sewer landing page on the town's website?
Yes, if it's ready to be presented publicly,
Sure. I would
Okay.
say just maybe
Yep.
PDF it and then
we can do that.
Perfect. I appreciate that. And number two, part of your data collection. I know it's always the first decision is to install more sewers to get more users. But have you guys looked at where the sewer lines are already existing and
Yes.
if there's any homes that haven't connected to the sewer lines that are already in front of their house?
yes. The answer is yes to both of those. We have that map. We actually, Stefan is our GIS guru and he has helped us, Doug and I create a bunch of maps. And so we are hoping to provide the town with a GIS database that the town can use to sort of use for asset management and infrastructure, managing infrastructure associated with people who are still on septic systems and will remain that way, people who are currently on septic systems but really have access to sewers. So we're hoping to have all those layers available to you.
When would that information be available?
It's going to be we're working on that, all of that
Okay.
through this facility plan
Perfect.
process. So
Appreciate
we're
it.
hoping to give you that tool. But
Thank you. That would be helpful.
Any other questions? Ms. Marcolini, would you introduce the other members of your team who are with
Yes.
you here this evening?
we have Doug Brzee, and he and I are project manager and assistant project manager for the facility planning process. And then we have Phil Gunther and Stefan Bankston, who actually provided you with the Tiogue Lake study report.
Okay,
And
excellent.
we all work in the same organization within Fuss and O'Neill. So we all have the same boss.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Okay, agenda C6, Mr. Herbert Durfee, Director of Planning and Zoning, will present a report on the activities in the Planning and Zoning Department. Mr. Durfee, welcome. This is your first time with the council, and we welcome you.
Thank you very much. I know I've been coming out of my borough to meet with you, trying to unbury myself from everything that's going on. So thank you very much for having me. I really do appreciate it. Cody's going to help me through the process. I will try to take a little bit less time than the wastewater. But so we can, and normally I would sort of bring packets of M&Ms for all of you, but I forgot to bring those. So just imagine eating chocolate while you're listening to my presentation. So that will ease you into the rest of the evening.
Well, we took bets on how long it would take you, so I doubled it.
Anyway, so the department goals that we've got going in tandem with the town manager's office for this particular year that started on July 1st. The major thing is to do the comprehensive plan. You literally have not had a town plan for almost 20 years in this community. From a planner's perspective, that's unconscionable. So I'm really glad that I've inherited a contract with Beta Group to be able to update that town plan and to move that along. I've also been looking, once subject to the comprehensive town plan, we're going to be looking at basically a holistic and overall approach to updating our zoning and subdivision regulations. While you have good regulations, I think that there's definitely some updates that need to occur to it, some things that we've run into just since I've been here with regard to developments, also just improvements that have been recommended, whether it be by the members of the public or other situations. So that's something we're focused on. Also, the capital improvement program, you already heard a major component piece that's needed to come into the capital improvement program with wastewater. But that's sort of a multi-departmental type of thing that's going on. But typically a planning office will have somewhat of a leadership role in that, in helping to pull things together. Also, frequently planning commissions are responsible for actually the preparation of them. I doubt very much the planning commission here will be hands-on in terms of its preparation, but it may have to pass through there statutorily. Fair share development impact fee ordinance and fee schedule, that requires an update. Unfortunately, that one's a little bit on hold because the U.S. Census during the COVID timeframe, couldn't finish up all of their work. So the detailed statistics, which normally would have come out by now, have not yet been released. They're not expected to be released until around the May 2023 timeframe. So that's when I'll be able to dive more in depth into that particular formula. And then also one of the major ones, it's last but not least on this list, of course, is basically trying to bring back unity, direction, and overall purpose to the planning department. There's been quite a few planning director changes over the years, in addition to changes with town manager. And I think that the planning office has lost a little sight in terms of what its direction is. And I'm here in part to help try to pull that unity back together. Next one, Cody, please. Comprehensive plan. Very quickly, we have a technical advisory committee that's been appointed by the town manager. That group has been meeting fairly frequently to look at visions, goals, policies, also to be participants in our public workshop processes. We've already had one public workshop. There's another one that we're going to have that's scheduled, and this is especially important to listen to for members of the public, on Wednesday, October 12th, from 6 to 8 p.m. And this is going to be via Zoom. So the only place you have to sit is at your armchair at home with your visioning brains on. And that's what we're looking for that second public workshop. All of the information that we've received so far to date has been woven into the drafts that we've done so far. We have put together our existing conditions chapters. Those are probably 95% done, with a number of those chapters already submitted to the state for its approval process. And that is a mandatory process in the state of Rhode Island. Even though you develop your plan the way you see fit, you still have to put it a little bit in the pro forma of the state's overall plans for what they want to do policy and objective wise. The current work that's being worked on are the visions, goals, and the policies. We're very much in the beginning stages of that, but at least the technical advisory committee has provided some initial feedback with regard to that section, with a lot of work still left to be done with our consultant. And then the schedule, we still anticipate a late spring or summer 2023 adoption period, and that's with our fingers crossed. But so far, we seem to be on track with that. We probably have to do a change order with the town manager, and I are going to meet with the consultants fairly shortly, because with the delay in my coming on board initially through employment, getting things going, the consultant actually had to do some extra work that was not part of their original contract. And so by the time I got caught up, they had already done some work to keep the contract on schedule. So Ben and I will be talking about that in the future. And then just really wanted to pull this up as a highlight. Real kudos to Lynn Carlson, who created the artwork. This is a postcard that we're planning on sending out to the residents in town announcing the second public forum. But she did all the artwork herself. And actually, our department is now recommending that you maybe think about rebranding Coventry a little bit to incorporate the design that Lynn came up with. I think it's a real neat one. If you look, you can go left to right or west to east, as a for instance, and your trestle bridge is there. It's not in Rhode Island green or blue, and I apologize for that, but we got Coventry brown. So, and then just as for members of the public that are on television, we do have the Zoom link already established, which is on the postcard. And we did include a QR code, which all the young folks know what those things are nowadays. So they can just take their phone and take a picture of that, and it'll take them right to the town webpage. Following up on the second part of the department, land use tools. Again, we're looking at that zoning and subdivision, trying to just do an overall review, look at changes for clarity, looking for the various improvements that we need to deal with to make our zoning regs better. In some instances, it's very hard to enforce the particular regulations. And I'm always one that says, don't write a regulation unless you can enforce it. So that's a major aspect that we need to look at when we look at the particular regulations. I've already talked about the capital improvement program as well as the fair share development impact fee, but there's just some more in-depth information here for your consideration. And I will have copies of this for you after I do my presentation, because I never give these things ahead of time, because then I can't see you. You're always looking down. So anyway, the last one, department unity. This one's really important for me. And I think a lot of the success of our department, my success as a director, really relies on this aspect of what I've had discussions with the town manager in establishing the goal for this year, but also probably for coming years. I think really what I'm trying to do is streamline the application process. I'm trying to shorten it up. I'm trying to find just the corners that I can round off rather than it being so particularly long in certain instances. And I think that would be a welcome perspective from the developers and applicants that are out there. But also I think it would be a relief internally, because there's so many different steps, so many little days that are involved in everything. If we can kind of streamline that process, that will be important. But a lot of that is just refocusing on what we already have. If you look at some of our regulations, look at our checklist, look at the things that are there, all we really need to do is focus on those things. We get too many applications in the door that the checklist, we've let them come in the door with half a checklist filled out. So it starts the clock, and then staff panics down the road because we don't have all the information that we need. So a lot of the new way, so to speak, is going with the old. If you don't have your packet in the door of what is on that checklist that needs to come in, you might as well walk back out the door, because we're not going to accept it. I want a full packet in the door, or at least most of the stuff that we can get from that standpoint, enough to be able to check it in, do a review, and get it going into the process with either the planning commission administratively or with the zoning board. We're also looking for I'm looking for updates, changes, improvements, really with a focus on consistency and continuity. That's really the best success that a planning and development office can do, is trying to be consistent and have a level of continuity in terms of its decision making. If we don't do that, that's where the complaints come in that says I've been treated differently, or this person got this, or I didn't get that, and how come? And that causes a lot of consternation between and among community members as well as staff. And that's where we can start to build distrust in the community. So for us, trying to be as consistent and with a level of continuity as possible, that's going to build some of that community trust that we're always looking for in government. I'm going to challenge staff. I have a great staff, but I'm not just going to let them do their thing. I have to challenge them. There's a great staff in there. I think they have great potential beyond what they've already done. I mean, for instance, the existing staff took on that whole office without a director for at least 3 or 4 months. Pretty amazing. And I think that they're owed the opportunity to be challenged even further. But I also have to acknowledge their improvements along the way, and no matter how small they are, right? A staff is always going to thrive better if we at least reward them with kindness and good words and thanks. Making time for staff, listening, encouraging their insight and improvements, being communicative, and most especially being the director that they require. That's what they really need. They need a director, I think, that plans on being invested in the area for a while, that they can rely on, that they can say things that they don't agree with the director on, but not feel like they're going to be put down thereafter or disciplined or just shot down. So really trying to be communicative both ways from that standpoint. And then importantly, attempting to be communicative and helpful to other departments. If we all can't work together as different departments, we're going to become separate in our separate little ways. And that also creates some of that inconsistency and discontinuity between and among decisions, and obviously with the leadership of the town manager and the whole way. So it's really important for me to participate with the things that I have to deal with other departments. And then just fairly quickly, the next few slides are the development activity going on. The next couple are with regard to the building and office. And this is just the number of permits and the value of fees that they brought in the door. You have to put your tongue in your cheek with regard to the fees, because this includes the state fees that we collect for the state and various things. But basically, you'll see that about 40% of our total permits for the months of July and August are related to building permits. There's some various sundry of other types of permits that are in there. But again, 40% of them are done with building permits. And Cody, if you go to the next slide, you'll see the breakdown of the building permits in that particular category. In this one, the interesting statistic is about 62% of those permits are roof siding, windows, or doors. So it's not really like new development or additions or what have you. While there's a significant number of permits that we're taking on in the first 2 months, and we're bringing in a fair share of funding with that. Interesting in July and August, it's really just been kind of the facial changes to particular buildings. On the planning side of things, what I've basically just done over the next two slides has been to just identify those applications that walked in the door in July and August. A lot of them are just 2-3 lot minor subdivisions. One of the ones that is of consequence, at least emotionally, is the J.W. Studley Tree Service. That's a pre-application for development review. That's a function of the past, bless you, of a development review plan that was supposed to occur based on a notice of a violation back in 2011. Was applied for, but never really, it didn't get followed through on. So this is one that we've picked up on based on some complaint that Mr. Studley has more than agreed to come in. But that one is going to garner a little bit of emotion when we get to that review process. One of the other new ones that's come in the door that's a little bit more consequential is the Shore Side, which is a 36 commercial condo. It's really more like it's off of Nooseneck Road. It's more like a storage worker bay type of thing. It's where the mini storage areas are right now near the funeral home that's out there. And the others, whether they're a particular interest to you or not, I'm happy to answer questions on those, but it's really just a list. And then the same thing, zoning and the zoning board, their applications that have come in July and August. Applications that come into them usually are for special use permits for particular things. Someone needs to get a little dimensional variance or some other type of a variance because we have a ton of non-conforming uses in town. And the reason for that is that Coventry was a little bit of a latecomer in terms of adopting zoning. You adopted zoning back in the 1981 timeframe. Most communities across the United States adopted zoning back in the 60s and the 70s. So by adopting in the 80s, you had a lot of development that was already in. When your development comes into play, any of the development that was here prior to then, potentially that doesn't meet the regulation is considered a non-conforming use. So you have a lot of non-conforming uses in town. That's why you'll see a lot of applications before the zoning board for dimensional variances, for special use permits, along those lines. So we actually hope to clean that. That's one of the areas we hope to clean up a little bit with regard to the zoning update. But you always have to be careful about doing zoning updates for fear of creating a different kind of non-conforming use. Just some of the other stuff we have, there's a new law in Rhode Island that to me is a planner's nightmare. And it's the accessory dwelling unit situation. You may recall that typically accessory dwelling units in this town need to be connected to the single family house. It needs to be the people that live there need to be related by blood or marriage, and there needs to be a common entryway into the living quarters from that standpoint. No longer the case in Rhode Island. It doesn't have to be attached. It doesn't have to be related by blood or marriage. Can be a totally separate building, could be a rental unit, could be single family, could be whatever it is. The only thing that still holds true is that the owner of the single family house is the owner of the accessory dwelling unit. So you're not creating a situation where if the person with a single family house decides to sell the property is sold with that accessory dwelling unit. So it would be up to this is where to me, the nightmare is the new owner that comes in, whether they want the person in that accessory dwelling unit or if it's been used for VRBO or whatever it is. To me, it's sort of that second generation use of that accessory dwelling unit. To me, that's where the danger lies. Townwide training. What I'm trying to do with the number of open meeting, we have a lot of open meeting questions, Public Records Act questions. The state's Attorney General's office provides training for communities. So once we can get something scheduled, I'm planning on doing a townwide training for all boards, commissions, volunteers, public officials, that sort of stuff, so that there's a level of, again, consistency and continuity of understanding of those two acts. They're very important acts. Wastewater facility plan, I don't need to say anything more. Administrative support that we provide, just so you'll know, we do the Planning Commission, the Zoning Board, the Comp Plan, Technical Advisory Committee, the Land Trust, the Conservation Commission, and Historic Preservation. So our staff is a little bit stretched out with regard to administrative support. They try to do what they can for those particular committees, but essentially, other than the Zoning Board and the Planning Commission in their judicial capacity, where we really do help them out a lot more, the other administrative help that we provide the other committees is a little bit more laid back, more agenda building, helping them with the agenda, getting packets together, that sort of thing, rather than serving as their staff. And then lastly, just a list of interdepartmental cooperation that I've dealt with, at least in the last couple of months. That's always ongoing, but there's a couple little things that are there. And then just the last page is questions and the folks that I'm pretty proud to work with that are listed there. Any questions?
Okay, members of the council, any questions? Mrs. Lima.
So you expect the comp plan to be final by spring of next year?
May of 2023.
Okay. So I hear people say, oh, 2 years from now. But I see now it's just May.
Right.
Okay.
A year's gone by almost a year's gone by. So now we're from 2 years down to 1.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then, Mr. Gorham can stop me if I'm violating OMA by asking, but while I have you here, I get a lot of questions about the status and timeline of the dollar store going in at Garden Zen on 117. They churned up all the asphalt and then haven't been back in a week and a half. So people are all abuzz about it. Can you tell me what to expect there? People, it's a residential area, so people are asking a lot of questions.
Yeah, I apologize. I'm not prepared
I figured,
to give you an
but I
answer
just,
tonight, but I certainly will follow up with you
Okay.
in terms of an email, at least to give you the status that I'm aware of, and you can share that with those that have been giving you a call.
Okay. Thank you.
Other questions? Mrs. Shockley.
Thank you for coming in tonight and giving us some updates on your department. I will say that in my role, most of the calls that I get are about things that have in the past or are currently coming out of planning and zoning. Probably decisions that were made that were good for one property and not good for the surrounding properties are the majority of what I get. So when I hear about, even though there are reasons for non-conforming, different things that we do to help areas conform, it's always been disconcerting to me since I came on and tried to fight my first dollar store, how little the council is involved in the planning and zoning development of the town of Coventry. While not wanting to create additional barrier to growth and development of the town, I would love to be able to discuss more with you in your department how we can be more involved, or at least be given more insight into what's going on in the department. It's amazing how many times someone reaches out to me to say, hey, what's going in there? And I have to honestly say, I don't know. So just to keep us a bit more apprised of what's happening in the town.
Sure. And I think that I'm happy to come here and make presentations as you see fit. On the same token, I'm more than happy to talk about how the value that the council members can play into the particular process. I think that right now we're involved in a comprehensive plan update process. I think participating in that process is key. The same thing can occur with regard to updates to the regulation, zoning and subdivision, because it does have to go through you from that standpoint. And obviously I'll have to have some discussions with you to explain certain sections or changes or whatever that may be coming your way. With regard, however, I will say there's a very specific reason why the council is not involved in planning and zoning for the most part. And that's because you don't want body politic involved, because you are doing stuff in a quasi judicial fashion. And the folks that are appointed by you to make those particular decisions from an independent perspective, that's why they're appointed. They're not elected into the particular position. That's critically important. I'm not saying that you can't provide good input from that standpoint, but in terms of you, the council as a board, it's important for you to not be involved in development decisions. You can certainly be involved in the preparation of the plans and the development or the regulations that go into place, but then it's up to the body that you've appointed, the Planning Commission and the Zoning Board, to render those particular decisions. Now, in terms of what's happening, that's really a communication issue between my department and the council, which I'm more than happy to provide.
Okay, Vice President Ludwig.
Thank you, Director Durfee, for coming. I have a couple of comments. So first thing, through the comp plan, are we thinking about or talking about some of the big possible items coming up in the future? So for example, we didn't see turbines coming and we didn't do a good job there. So what's our next turbine? Is it drones? Is it, those types of things? I don't know if there's any big things that are coming out of there or even just, maybe it's small talk that's starting that we're finding, but maybe you can let us know if there's any findings that come out of there. I know people are always talking to me about how do we know what the next big thing is that the council should be focused on, not just through the comp plan, but in general for future ordinances. So I'd appreciate, any insight you can give us there.
Sure.
The second thing is in terms of transparency, communication, definitely on board with what was previously said. One of the biggest, I don't know if it's issues, but questions, kind of comments that comes up when people come to me and ask questions about what's going on in some of the boards and commissions, like the Planning Commission and Zoning Commission, Zoning Board, are they just don't understand the process. So, for example, they don't understand you have to do the this comes before the master plan, and then you have this, and then you have to have so many hearings, and then et cetera, et cetera. Mm-hmm. So almost in line with that communication and transparency theme you're going for, if there's something that can be made available that doesn't take 45 minutes to read through the entire ordinance, it's almost like just here's the 10 steps that have to happen in the general timeline. Right. I really think our residents could benefit from that because a lot of people just don't understand where they are in the process. Mm-hmm. I think that would be very helpful. And then the last item, so I am excited about the comp plan. I think several of us made reference to it over 2 years ago when we ran for these seats. Very excited that we're pushing ahead there. One thing that I just want to think of though is it sounds like there's a timeline out there for maybe end of next summer. But then in the back of my mind, I start factoring in, okay, you have to work around all the information. Then you have to figure out what possible ordinance changes are. Then we probably want to packet it up and talk to the council about what type of changes we may be looking for, things like that. And I know things take time in this role. So that's, 2.5, 3 years out. There are a few items that several of us have been dealing with in our neighborhoods, such as streetlight issues, mm-hmm. Mailbox, just a couple of very specific issues that we're now seeing over and over and over, that I think it would be worth talking with you about something before that process completes, because we're basically compounding the problem that we know exists and is now coming to us every month from new developments and people moving into those locations. So I'd like to make a list. Councilor Lima and I had talked offline about a couple things. Maybe we can make a list of 2 or 3 things and talk with Ben. Maybe the other councilors can consider if they're getting repetitive issues on a few of these items, and then just get some thoughts on possibly addressing those, before 3 years.
Yep. Yeah, everything that you've talked about, I think that I've started, or at least we're working on. So trying to come up with some in sort of that streamlining of the permitting process. We already have checklists and all that sort of stuff. But as you say, what's that easy flow chart that somebody can look at from that standpoint? And that goes so far as not just residents, but also the planning commissioners themselves. So trying to pull together a planning commissioner's handbook as a, for instance, so that a new member of the planning commission knows what their bylaws are, knows what the regs are, or at least they've got a single binder to open up where they can find them if they have those particular questions, including some of the stuff that you're talking about, the checklists or that quick little thing to look through that they don't have to spend 45 minutes to talk about. I think at least 4 of you I've spoken to about particular issues in the last, just since I've come on board, the last few months. And every time there's an issue that pops up, if it's something that relates to the zoning or the subdivision or something that requires some level of change or at least a level of examination, it's already in a file that we're collecting that sort of stuff. So I would really welcome, any thoughts, ideas, what have you, issues that you've run into that you either haven't talked to me about already or wanted to highlight. Be happy to take that on, because once the focus is on the plan right now, obviously, but once I get that plan far enough along, I'm going to start diving into the zoning regs. So I'm not going to necessarily wait for that comp plan to be adopted before I start working on the regulations. But I want it to be far enough along the way so that we don't end up like 2010, where you actually adopted the plan and then the state threw a monkey wrench in the process and you never adopted the particular plan thereafter. So that's what I want to prevent from happening again.
So I think that would be interesting to see what your timeline to look at that, at the zoning ordinance and a couple of those things that are, because I don't want to do things in a one-off manner when we have this amazing initiative going on. However, when residents are coming to me with legitimate concerns about streetlights, it happened in my own neighborhood. It's about to happen up the street on Ironwood. I know it's happening over in Councilor Lima's district. We know what the problem is. We know how long it's been there. We know who is and who is not going to pay for it. We have an idea of who we think should probably contribute. That it's a very specific issue. I'd like to review with you offline.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Durfee. I especially enjoyed seeing these statistics to understand the scope of the work that the department is doing. That's the first time we've ever seen a chart like that. So that was very useful. I am on the technical advisory committee for the comprehensive plan, and we do engage in very detailed discussions about all aspects of what is the vision for our community and what are the goals that we would like to set. And when you start thinking about setting goals for the next 20 years, it's a very daunting experience. I am concerned also because every time I listen to a planning or zoning meeting on Zoom, it just seems to be filled with requests for special use permits and variances. And you alluded to that we're sort of playing catch up. But I'd like to see some kind of a regular funnel for recommendations from your department as to types of changes we should be making in ordinances rather than wait until something happens. You're on the forefront of understanding what's on the cutting edge and what needs to be done. So I'd like to see a regular funnel. And I'm also glad that you mentioned that you're thinking about what kind of zoning changes might be needed to support the comprehensive plan, because the comprehensive plan is no good without the supporting zoning and other ordinances that are needed. And until those are hand in hand, and as you know, it takes months to get some kind of ordinance through here.
Absolutely.
By the time some idea comes up and then someone has to write the ordinance, and then it has a first hearing and a public hearing and a second hearing. And those are all part of the process. And I agree with the process, but it takes a long time to get these things going. And so the comprehensive plan is going to need a lot of support. So I would like, perhaps you could ask the technical advisory committee to stop making a list of the kinds of things that they feel need to be developed in order to support that plan, because I'd hate to see a plan come out in 23 and nothing to support it.
Correct. I hear you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Everybody wants to copy the presentation.
Excellent. Good night, everyone. Mr. Gorham, go just a 5-minute break. I have to have a motion. 5-minute break.
Just saying.
Okay, I'm going to take a 5-minute break. We'll be back at 10 of 8. Thank you. Okay, we ready to resume?
It's the state's funds. Oh, you have to.
Okay. Agenda D2, Lisa Mills, Finance Director, will present monthly reports for January 2022, February 2022. Oh, I'm sorry, D1. President Dixon, updates and announcements. We're looking for members for the following boards and commissions. Tax Assessment Board of Review for District 1, District 2, and District 3. The 3-term expiring November 1st, 2022. Juvenile Hearing Board, 3 openings as of December 1st, 2022. Coventry Land Trust has 2 openings as of November 22nd, 2022. The Patuxent River Authority has 2 openings. The Sewer Assessment Board of Review has 1 opening. The Sewer Subcommittee has 2 full openings and 2 alternate openings. And the Economic Development Commission has 1 opening. We hope that people who are listening to our meeting, who are attending this evening, will consider joining one of the boards and commissions. It's a very rewarding experience. Coventry is really on the move. The council is really on the move to have a transparent government, which is fully operating and doing the kinds of things that satisfy the needs of the members of the community. So please do consider volunteering for a board or commission. Next item, agenda D2, Lisa Mills, Finance Director, will present monthly reports of January 2022, February 2022, and March 2022. Reference pages 25 and 42. Ms. Mills, welcome.
Thank you. Honorable Council attaches the budget update for January 2022. This update represents 58.33% of the current fiscal year. I put together a little summary there of our current surplus to date of 6.8 million, less the net COVID of 5.065 to get a net surplus for the period ending 7/1/21 to January 31st, 2022 of 1.8 million. Revenues are currently at 62.47, slightly higher than last year's 60.36. The finance department has incorporated some stronger internal controls for town receipts. These procedures were implemented for the following departments: tax collector, town clerk, building inspection office, DPW, planning, municipal court, and library. Basically what these internal controls are is we have, I have designed some lead sheets and they are submitted by the director and they're signed off by the director and then they're reviewed by the finance department. Currently we have recreation revenue data that we have received has been incomplete. The assistant town manager is working with the recreation department for development of the revenue recognition reports. There's part of this is due to some of these revenues were in special revenues funds last year, and some were not. But there's been some difficulty getting the reports out of rec deck, and the assistant town manager Maria is helping the recreation department in that area. Revenue for FY22 actuals included 5.2 million of federal ARPA funding, and expenditures are currently at 56.30, slightly higher than last year's 56.86.
Slightly lower.
I'm sorry. Yes, ma'am. Slightly lower.
Before we go on to the next report, are there any questions about the monthly finance report for January 2022?
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc.
Thank you for presenting the January budget to actual. A couple questions. Would it be possible for us to get balance sheets going forward with these reports?
Well,
Could show cash and
not-
debt and everything else.
no, not currently.
Why not?
Why not? Because there is a lot of work to do to get to that point, and so that's not going to be doable right now. We don't even have a balance sheet for the special revenue funds. Even in Keystone itself, we don't even have that. We have to do it. We would have to do a consolidated, it's a lot of work.
So I guess just a follow-up question to that. How do we reconcile the balance sheet accounts on a month-end basis?
We do bank recs, most of which I mean, obviously, as you know, this town council knows, we have added substantial amount of cash accounts as of 7/1/20, we've added 50 more cash accounts to the actual balance sheet. So we are doing bank recs up to that point. They were done up to 6/30/21, and we have our deputy doing those bank recs now for this period, FY22.
But cash is just one line item on the balance sheet.
So there's 101 cash accounts we have. And they're not all general fund. There's obviously there's COVID. We're well aware of the COVID funds, but there's performance bonds, there's special revenue funds, there's funds for the human services. There's several different funds, and there's also pension funds that were not on the balance sheet last year, but they're on the balance sheet this year. I put them on the balance sheet. So I do think it's an excellent recommendation to get the balance sheet, but we're far from getting that. I just barely got the reports that we need necessary with Keystone to do a due to from, which that report was originally designed and it had three pages. After I fixed it with Keystone, it was 36 pages. So there's a lot of work that wasn't done in the implementation of Keystone for reporting purposes. So
got it. So I guess if we don't have a balance sheet, we can't do a cash flow statement either.
No.
And then I guess, would it be possible to add like a year-to-date trend report? So like we could see January, February, and March actuals
trend for what?
for the P&L, for the income statement, just so we
do-
can see the trends like for each month. So essentially what you gave us for January, but like, let's just say we're going to talk about March. So a trend report would show the exact same P&L line items that you're discussing tonight, but just do a trend for January, February, and March, and then so on and so forth.
This is done on a comparative from last year.
Understood.
So I'm not sure what additional information you need for a trend. If you want me to project out.
No projection.
So
Maybe we can talk about it offline. I just, a trend report would just show you the actuals for January, the actuals for February, the actuals for March, all on the same page, just so you can see trends within. the income.
absolutely.
That's all.
We can work on something like that.
It would be helpful. That's all, as I'm reviewing. I appreciate it. And then just a couple questions. There's a telephone tax revenue line item. It's probably timing, but we have an FY22 budget of 430,000, but we haven't received anything yet. Is that just a year-end thing?
Excuse me, Mr. LeBlanc, would you make reference to which page you're on, please?
Page 27 out of 179.
Okay,
And
page
it's account
27.
number 615.
I see it.
Yes, it's a year-end thing. It's actually determined on 6/30, and we receive it the first week of July, and that's already been booked as a receivable.
Okay.
But you'll see it in the next set of reports next month.
And then my last question for January, the library expenditures, it went up 159,000 when you look at current year versus last year's actuals. Do we know what's causing or driving that by chance? I'm assuming maybe it's COVID, but I didn't want to make the assumption.
No, I think a majority of that is there's two things. They paid for the brick out front, that stone patio. They paid 100%. That was 44,000. And then on top of that, let's see what else was. I think that's about it, because that's about
Okay.
That would make up the difference because they footed the full bill.
Thank you.
You're
Appreciate it.
welcome.
Okay, Mrs. Lima.
Thank you. I was just curious because I noted it in all three of the month reports. Can you just shed some color on the overage I'm seeing on the budget for 310 town clerk? What's causing us to jump up over the budget?
For this expense?
Yep. Page 28 of 179 our packet, or 3 of 5.
So this is a different anomaly. What it is the land trust. So there's a ton of sales, real estate sales, over 600,000. And of that, we transfer half of that to the land trust. And we had only budgeted for 150,000 that we're going to transfer to the land trust, but it ended up being 332,000 because there are so many real estate sales. So it's a revenue and an offsetting expense for the town because we transfer it to the land trust.
Okay. All right. think that makes sense. And then my other question was kind of like a housekeeping thing related to the pilot payments. What did we arrange in terms of when we were going to send the fire district the money to make sure we don't fall behind again?
So Ben can
Mr.
respond to that.
Marchand, do you have a comment?
Yeah, the settlement agreement stipulates that we will make payment within 30 days of receipt of the pilot payment from the housing authority.
What time of year usually is that?
I believe it's May.
Yeah, between May and September. It's Ben has the town manager has sent me that email, and we're going to get on a schedule, not only producing the pilot, because there wasn't one person that was sending the invoices. So we're trying to put that together with a ticker list. And on top of that, when we send the invoice and receive it, we will pay the fire departments accordingly their percentage. So
Okay.
that is on the deputy treasurer's to-do list.
All right. That's all my questions. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mrs. Shockley?
So first, not to pat myself on the back, but I had a few of the same questions as Councilmember LeBlanc. So kind of impressed with myself. And then I just wanted to go on to ask, because I couldn't quite work it out on page 39. So first of all, the issues that the Recreation Department is having, I know they wouldn't be on these reports, but is there a point in time that is already passed where we've figured this out? Like either by the end of this fiscal year or to begin fiscal year 23?
So this was an issue when I did December's. Okay. As a finance director, it's not my job to compile their spreadsheets. However, we have worked with other departments, and I've designed spreadsheets so things could get compiled on a consistent manner and a timely manner. Unfortunately, recreation is one of 3 departments I haven't worked with. And they're having some difficulties with getting the reports out of rec debt. Our assistant town manager is working with that department, and we need to have it done by the next report on October 11th, because she has brought in a substantial amount of revenue. And we need to record it. I'm not getting information on what it's for. I have some certain reports that don't necessarily tie. So I think it's just a matter of working with that department and formulating some kind of report that would work for both.
So as of now, we still haven't worked this out with
No.
the Recreation Department.
The assistant town manager just worked quite a bit of time with it. So
Okay. And like I said, some other things worked themselves out as I worked my way through the 3 months. But as far as also on page 39, under miscellaneous, I feel like this is something possibly we discussed back in November or December, but I don't recall. When you look at fiscal year 21 compared to fiscal year 22, the difference is alarming. And I don't see where that washes itself out anyplace else. So I might just be missing it.
I'm sorry. Are you talking about miscellaneous
It's
revenue?
miscellaneous under other departments.
Yes.
It's a miscellaneous line. We budgeted $276,000 for it in fiscal year 2021, and we received over 1.5 million in that line. I see there's an asterisk next to miscellaneous, by the way. I just don't see what it relates to. And then in fiscal year 22, we budgeted more, $340,000, but as of the same time period as we'd received 1.5 million, or at negative 10,000.
So good question. The 10,000 actually is going to get reclassed. Those are expenses that hit that. There's actually very little in miscellaneous income, and it's coming in the next couple of months, of which 36,000 on, we did some bond refinancing and we received 36,000. That will be in miscellaneous income next month, or the next report you have. I believe it's May. And there's some other miscellaneous income from a workers' comp audit that you'll see in May. We had a refund of 20,000. This miscellaneous income, this was part of taking all these departments and breaking them out and doing lead sheets for them. So in the past with the finance, I wasn't here in 21. I didn't do this budget of 1 million, or actually 276, and the receipts of 1 million is 800,000 of it's WED. And the rest of it is miscellaneous income from various departments. So what we did now is we pushed all the income to the respective departments.
Okay. So if I really did sift through, I'd kind of see it washed out in other departments
Well,
this year.
Yes, I mean, it was like 600 lines of miscellaneous income that went into that number last year, and we effectively pushed the income to the respective department. So it's transparency of, it's tough to really analyze what was in $1 million of revenue. So
Thank you.
you're welcome.
Any other questions about the January report? Vice President Ludwig.
I think I heard reference to a couple of the months. So we're just sticking with January for right now?
We started with January, but the questions have related to both February and March. But she presented the January report, and I asked for questions about January. So do you have any questions for January?
No, it's more about all three. So I can wait until you
Okay.
present all three.
Okay, Ms. Mills, would you please present the February report?
Yes.
Reference page 31.
Honorable Council attaches the
Sorry,
budget.
excuse me, Ms. Ludwig has a question.
I do have one question that is specific to this item. What is a lead sheet?
So the lead sheet is just a summary of the revenue that a respective department will have. I can bring examples next week if you want, or next time.
No, I don't need an example.
Okay,
So we're trying to understand, like, it's on the summary, it says we've incorporated stronger internal controls in some of the following departments.
Right.
And then you had said you're giving them a lead sheet. So is it,
So it's an Excel spreadsheet that I've designed that, for instance, for the town clerk, they literally have about 20 different accounts that represent revenue. So I've actually broken them out for transparency purposes and for budgeting purposes. And so when they have revenue every day, they input it on this lead sheet, prove out their cash drawer, and submit it with the cash and checks to the finance department. And we book it per day for that and deposit it as well.
okay, so
So
it
it's just-
contributes to the daily rec.
Yes, it's part of the daily rec, as opposed to the way it used to be done, where a department would just hand all the cash and checks to finance and say, here, deposit it. And finance has no idea where the revenue's coming from, how much is supposed to be there. This is really an internal control so that we can account for every payment that has been made, that it's either going for a license or a fine or whatever it is, because we just haven't been able to track that. So a lead sheet is just making it easier for finance to say, okay, we got this much in licenses, this much in permits, and knowing exactly what we're taking in. And so without those lead sheets, we just don't know. We don't know if, and without knowing, you don't have a level of accountability.
Thank you.
Okay, February report, Ms. Mills.
Yes. Honorable Council,
Reference page 31.
attached is the budget update for February 2022. This represents 66.67% of the current fiscal year. Executive summary for this period, we had a surplus of 14.9 million, less the COVID would give us a 9.9 surplus for this period in
Are
time.
you on February?
Yes, ma'am. It's on the lead sheet,
Okay.
the memo. Revenues are currently at 77.6, higher than last year's 77.12. We already talked about the internal controls in the recreation department. In the COVID of 5.2 million is also in this report. Expenditures currently at 64.2, lower than last year's 66.91.
Okay, are there any questions on the February report? Mr. LeBlanc.
Just a quick one on the police department expenditures. Year over year, it's just up 245,000. Do you know what's driving that?
The police department, it's actually under budget compared to last year.
I'm talking about actuals.
Well, as a percentage, I mean, if they're at 65% for this FY22 and last year's they're at 67, their expenditures were higher last year. So, I mean, it's relative to their salaries and everything else, which is most of the
So
budget.
actuals is 8.8 million this year versus the same time period last year of 8.5 million. So I was just wondering if you knew what caused that.
I'm looking at something. I'm sorry.
Page 34 of 179, 710 is the line item. I was just looking at actuals compared to last year's actuals. That's all. But it was just my question.
Yeah, I mean, it's relative with the salaries and the benefits, right? Because it is lower than last year, so.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
You're welcome.
Ms. Mills, move on to March, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Page 37.
Honorable Council attaches the budget update for March 2022. This represents 75% of the current fiscal year. The surplus to date for this period, 7/1/21 through 3/31/22, 7.1 million, less the COVID revenue, is now the surplus is 2.1. Revenues are currently at 81.38%, higher than last year's 80.47. And we talked about the internal controls, recreation, and the COVID revenue that's in there of 5.2 million. Expenditures currently at 75.01, slightly lower than last year's 75.88.
Any questions for Ms. Mills on the March report? Mr. LeBlanc.
Just a quick question on 860, it's page 40 out of 179, trash collection. My assumption was that I thought tipping fees was going up. So I thought year over year, actual expense would be higher than last year, but it's 653,000 compared to 660 last year. Do we know why? With tipping fees going up, why that went down?
What page are you on?
Page 40 out of 179 of our packet. And the trash collection's 860.
Okay, hold on for a second.
I remember DPW Director McGee letting us know that
Yes.
fees are going up significantly. So I would have assumed that expenses would have been a lot higher than last year.
They are going to get higher in the next 3 months. They are higher. This is what we paid. So this is what it is. For
So
this
we
period.
paid cash, but we're not, are we
No, we-
accruing expenses or no?
So this is what we paid for this period up to March 31st. So I don't recall what the actual month is, but they did get higher in the last 3 months. So,
The increase didn't go into effect till June 1st. So this is pre-increase.
oh, okay.
Until June 1st of 22. Oh,
So you'll see it in the last month of the,
okay. Thank you.
you're welcome.
Okay, any other questions? Mrs. Lima?
One concern I had when I looked at this one, same page, snow removal 840. I think we only budgeted like 330,000 and change, and it looks like we're over in March there. So what do we usually do when we go over that? Where do we fill the gap from?
We rob Peter to pay Paul.
Okay.
We find it in the budget and, this is going to be a theme. You're going to see a lot of overages come out of Public Works as you get into April, May, and June of 22 because of the fuel prices and everything else going up. And they're going to have a significant overage on their total budget outcome because of those factors. And you hope that you have enough surplus revenue to offset that so that you're good and you don't run a deficit. But if you get into a deficit situation, it has to come out of fund balance.
So how did we land on the allocation we came up with for FY23?
So that was with Director McGee. And I think it was either the second to the last budget, he increased the fuel. My personal opinion, I had a meeting with the town manager and Kevin. I think we have some serious concerns for FY23 because between that and repairs and maintenance, all of the freight that comes with the parts, I think we're going to have an extremely tight DPW budget. From what I'm looking at as of 6:30 right now, we're over in every department of DPW because of fuel and freight and parts. So I think it's something that we're definitely keeping an eye on. We've had meetings with DPW. only spend what we absolutely have to spend because I don't think anyone anticipated $6 a gallon. It's gone down a little bit, but not really a lot to make a difference.
Any other questions? Ms. Shockley?
So I'm not 100% sure how to read this. So I'm looking at pages 31 and 37, which are both your cover page. So if you look at July through February in FY22, we're $1.3 million higher than the previous fiscal year. In all of these different months, our revenues are up and our expenditures are down. But if you look at March's, our fiscal year 22 is $500,000 lower than our fiscal year 21. So I guess I'm just trying to reconcile in my mind why that would be.
So I'm looking at the hard numbers. Maybe it might not be the best way to look at it. But looking at the percentages of the total budget. So just looking at March, the surplus we have at this point in time is 1.9% of the total budget, and last year was 2.45.
Yeah, I guess I want to know how that works too. I don't quite understand what these percentages are.
Okay, so that surplus is divisible by our actual adopted budget in total.
Mm-hmm.
So that's how those percentages are determined. So if you take the 2.1 divided by the actual budget,
Okay.
you'll get to that percentage.
Okay.
So I kind of showed it that way. So it's tough to look at. So when you look at February, you have the 9.9 and the 8.6. Well, the 22 budget the surplus is 8.86% of the total budget. And for last year is 8.06. So it's just a 0.8% difference. So and I believe most of that is probably relating to, well,
that reflects the timing of we get more revenues in certain times of the year. So we're ahead of budget revenue wise with big tax income and we're holding on to that. And then we have expenditures that go out the next month that level that back down. And that's what you're seeing from February to March is that we had the tax payments, I do think, come in February and were high. And then in March, the expenses go out.
Yeah, the numbers being a lot higher in February makes sense. I'm fine with that. It's just the fact that we ended up, I just feel it's odd that revenues were up and expenditures were down in all situations here. But we're higher. It's not even what the numbers are necessarily. It's that we're higher in fiscal year 22 than in fiscal year 21 in February and lower in March. So maybe it's just something I'm having trouble wrapping my head around.
Well, in March, there's all the bond payments. So that's going to drop that deficit.
So that's expenditures.
Yes. So it's
so our expenditures are still down in 2022 over 2021. So the bond payments happened in the same time period the prior year, right?
Actually, no.
Okay.
The bond payments are due in March. They were paid a couple of days early in 21. So they hit the February budget.
Okay. Is that possibly the explanation?
Yeah. Because
I'm not quite wrapping my head around it. I'd be lying if I told you I 100% had. I'm just still seeing that as an issue, a logic issue.
Did you want to ask a follow-on question, Mrs. Shockley?
I don't think I have one. I just don't understand.
Okay. Ms. Mills, can you clarify?
I think so the expenditures to date this year are at 75%. And last year they're at 75.88. I think they're right on track. To me, it makes sense, but I see these numbers every day.
I think that if it would be helpful, we could meet offline and go through the numbers, how it gets there.
Yeah, I might have an aha moment. I just haven't had it yet.
Yeah, because I think when you're using whole month numbers, one of the challenges where I know in the private sector and private organizations, you can work with a monthly P&L balance sheet, and that doesn't really work in government because we don't get all our revenues and expenses going in and out every month on a regular basis. It's a 1 year P&L, 1 year balance sheet, and so trying to track it from month to month, where every year.
Yeah, that's
revenues
kind
might
of why
come
I'm
in
trying not
earlier
to
or
look at
later.
the exact numbers.
Yeah.
What I'm looking at is revenues are up, expenses are down, revenues are up, expenses are down.
Well,
and somehow
so
our
I'm sorry.
our numbers
are
down.
changing.
So,
Yeah, they seem to be changing in the
Surplus.
opposite.
so, I mean, revenues, pretty much most departments haven't had an increase in their revenues. Particular town clerk and planning. So their revenues have increased quite a bit. So the revenues have gone up. If you look at the property tax for 331, we're at 78.84% of the property taxes we collected this year, and last year is 78.61. So we're right on track. The municipal revenue, as you can see, it's a little slightly higher. So we got a big bump in the municipal revenue.
But those would also be higher percentages.
You're
on
actually
smaller amounts.
like making me more confused by
No.
telling me how
So-
good our revenues are.
So the percentages can be deceiving, because if you're dealing with a smaller department that only has maybe $1,000 in revenue, and then you bring in 2,000, that's 100% increase. That's a huge percentage, but it's not a significant impact on the overall budget. So when you're tracking different parts of the budget, if you look at the entire budget holistically, okay, we're just off a few percentage points from the prior year, we know we're on track. And really the point of these reports is to show, are we under budget on expenses and over budget on revenues? That's right where we want to be.
Other questions, Mr. LeBlanc?
This question is really for Mr. Marchant. You were speaking of overages because of fuel. There's going to be a significant overage in DPW. And this kind of goes to the heart of my request for timely financial statements, because you followed up with the comment that you hope you have enough to steal from Peter to pay Paul. And if you don't, it has to come out of fund balance. So we're only looking through March right now. We had a fiscal year end of June 30th, 2022. If we didn't have enough money, that means that you've already made the decision for the town council to spend fund balance for year end, which I don't think that's appropriate. So I just want to call that out. And that's the whole reason why I think timely financial statements are a need. And I just want to follow up with one other comment. You can't have a P&L without a balance sheet.
Well, I want to,
So with any basic financial statements, you have a balance sheet, and you have a P&L. Like you can't show one without showing the other. It's just how accounting works.
I totally agree. And I totally support having on-time financial statements, and we're working towards that.
I get it.
This town has not had them, and what they had prior to our tenure of Ms. Mills and I weren't accurate. And so we're trying to correct that and get to that point. Any expenditures that went over budget that might have happened or might not have happened is the entire problem with this situation, because we don't know. We're flying blind.
Correct.
It wasn't a decision to spend over budget, but it's happened because we're not on top of it.
well,
And as we
Understood.
get back on top of it, we're going to be able to give the town council that transparency, that clarity, the public, so that it can be a deliberate decision. Because if I know what's going on, I'm not going to let it get there.
so I'd like to just add on that. Of course, timely financials are important, but there was a lot of cleanup this year, a lot of cleanup. And so and as far as DPW is concerned, they've had someone out since April due to an illness, and they were behind on their bills. We just got the last 6/30/22 bills in September. So we wouldn't even, if I would have delivered this 6/30 a few months ago, it would have been off a lot for DPW, because they had, someone was out for 4 months and a lot of stuff wasn't getting done. We spent a tremendous amount of time in the finance department reconciling items that had not been paid. And Melissa in the DPW has done a phenomenal job catching up. because they've been understaffed. So, and it is important to have these monthly. When I got here, in was it late? I think it was late January or February 2021. I had to do 6 months of the prior finance director's monthly reports. They were not done. So there's been a lot of catch up here, and we're getting there. We have some really good staff. We have 3 really good people, additional 2 new people, I should say, doing a fantastic job getting caught up. So, I just like to add that because they're doing a great job.
Thank you. Any other questions? Vice President Ludwig?
So it sounds like for the first 3 months, we're trending pretty closely to what we did the prior year. In terms of the comments made about the DPW overages, I do agree with Councilor LeBlanc. I don't want to assume that we're going to use fund balance there. I do want to look into some proactive possibilities. I'm not saying we have to go into this tonight, but things that we've talked about in the past, such as maybe what we do is we charge people who we go to their home and we pick up a large item rather than charging the residents who come here and drop off items. Maybe we look at whether or not we're going to continue doing yard waste services outside of a certain date window, things like that. So I would like to have that discussion as a council on what things we may have to give up versus assumption to come from fund balance. So thank you for putting these together. I know this has been a lot of hard work to get the numbers here, and I'm looking forward to the rest of the year's months.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I do understand the needs for members of the council to have a complete, accurate financial picture so that they can make reasonable decisions, responsible decisions. And I did hear you loud and clear that there have been issues with Keystone, which is our accounting system. There have been issues relating to bringing in all of these cash accounts and bringing them under control. I heard that there were issues just looking at the miscellaneous account and trying to understand what actually was in there. And also, of course, there have been staff changes. So there have been a lot of contributing variables that have caused some delays. And I do understand the need for accurate, timely reports so that, as I said before, we can make reasonable decisions. Hopefully, we're on a good track to speed up the deliberation process, and we'll be able to see these reports on a very timely basis. But I do understand that it's taken a great deal of work and time to just catch up, and probably none of us realize all the work that had to be done in order to bring us to the point where we are today. So thank you to you and to your staff for what you're doing. And we're looking forward to good success continuing on.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Item E1. E1 is a request for a zone change to Plat 32, Lot 78 at 96 Tiogue Avenue from R20 residential, which is the current zoning, to general business, which is proposed, pursuant to Coventry Code 255-1800B, requested by John Vikowich and Joanne Plant, and referral to Planning Commission for review if appropriate. I'm going to start off by reading a letter which was submitted to the town clerk on September 1st, reference pages 43. Then I will ask Mr. Durfee to please explain the council charter requirements for this request. And then I'm going to ask Mr. Gorham to please reiterate the council's charter requirements for this request. So first I'll read the letter that was received by the town clerk on September 1st, 2022. This is addressed to the town clerk, Joanne Ambatrano. Reference September 12th, 2022, Town Council pre-zoning change request 96 Tiogue Avenue. Dear Town Clerk Joan, please provide this pre-request as an agenda item for the Town Council meeting of September 12th, 2022. The property located at 96 Tiogue Avenue, Coventry, Rhode Island is currently zoned R20. This lot is 0.96 acres with a small residence of 1,089 square feet, built in 1938. My father, Norma Plant, added onto the original 3-room shack in 1946. My mother, Alice Plant, willed this property to me and passed away in May of 2021. I respectfully request to engage the town council at their regularly scheduled meeting on September 12, 2022, to discuss the zoning change from R20 to commercial. I have spoken with planner Herb Durfee and town manager Ben Marchant relating to this requested zoning change. This large lot is on the south side of Tiogue Avenue with a combined frontage of approximately 190 feet. The properties on the north side are all zoned commercial and are operational as commercial businesses. We will present this to the planning board on September 28th, 2022 for their review and approval. My realtor and I will be present on September 12th to address the town council for their guidance and concerns. Thank you. Respectfully submitted, Joanne Plant. Mr. Durfee, I would like you to address this letter and also to explain clearly the responsibilities of the council in this matter.
Thank you, Madam President. Essentially, you're used to getting requests for zoning amendments as part of a development proposal. In this particular case, there is not a development proposal before the Planning Commission or you for consideration. This is simply a request by a property owner to change the zoning for their particular property from an R20 to a general business district, which would match the situation across Tiogue Street from their particular zoning designation. The process in this particular case is pretty simple and straightforward as it pertains to your zoning code under the adoption and amendment process. Essentially, upon receipt of a request, it has to first come to you, and you actually immediately refer it to the Planning Commission for their findings and recommendations back to you. So essentially, that's the process that you're at right now. The Planning Commission, just so you'll know, upon receipt of it from you, should you choose to refer it forward, is essentially to review it, to ask the advice of the Department of Planning and Development, which would be my office. And then we need to report back to the town council overall within 45 days receipt of the amendment. So if you refer it to the Planning Commission tonight, the Planning Commission is prepared to review, at least begin the review process, the 45 days that they have to get it back to you to move it into the next step toward amending the zoning should you choose to. And that would come with findings and conclusions from the Planning Commission.
Thank you, Mr. Durfee. Mr. Gorham, do you have anything to add to this explanation?
No, just that it has to be reviewed within 45 days, I believe, according to state law, which is incorporated into our zoning ordinance.
Thank you. May I have a motion and a second to refer the zoning change on 96 Tiogue Avenue to the Planning Commission without recommendation? May I have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Thank you. May I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you.
Discussion?
Discussion, Mr. LeBlanc? First of all, I would caution you because we do not want to prejudice the Planning Commission with any evaluation or comments that we may have. The vote simply is for us to review, is to refer this request to the Planning Commission.
Okay. I just still want to ask my questions. How many times has something like this occurred where the town council is being asked to refer it to the planning? Do we know?
Well, are you asking me?
Anybody, if we know the answer.
Well,
I just want to know how rare.
yeah, I thought I'd volunteer. In my 8 years doing this work for the town, there's probably been, I'd say 10, right around 10. It's a matter of right to have it referred to the Planning Commission. The town council doesn't have discretion to say yes or no.
Okay.
But when they send it back, you have total discretion on whether or not to make the change. The only purpose of the statute is to force you to have some review by the agency that's charged with actually knowing, is this a good idea or a bad idea? But it's ultimately up to the town council.
Appreciate that answer. And then When are the neighbors notified of this potential change, or have they already been notified?
There's a whole notice section. I'm not going to go through it, but yes, they get notice.
Thank you.
Not yet. Not the notice would come if when the town council undertakes to consider it. You have to have a public hearing.
Okay, because when I looked at the property, it looked like the side that it's on, there are a bunch of residential homes, and it's the opposite side of the street that's not. So just wanted to, it's just a fact.
That's the merits, and you'll have your time to address that.
Other questions by members of the council? Mrs. Lima?
So just so I understand, you're basically saying this is more procedural than anything, and this resident has a right to go before the planning commission.
At this point, tonight it's purely procedural because the statute says immediately upon receipt of the proposal shall refer to the town council and to the planning commission. So
It just seems superfluous to come to us first if.
I think there's one virtue to it, at least, which is at least you know what's going on. It has to come across your desk at your council seat, and you know that this is in the works. And that way, you will, follow it and be prepared to vote on it when you have to.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions or comments? Okay, we have a motion and a second. Roll call vote. Vice President Ludwig?
Yes.
Mrs. Shockley?
Yes.
Mrs. Lima?
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc?
Yes.
Mrs. Dixon? Yes. 5 yeas, no nays. The motion passes. Thank you. Agenda item E3, discussion and/or action by the Coventry Town Council to approve the Central Coventry Fire District Settlement Agreement in the amount of $50,000 to be paid for fund balance. The resolution is on page 60 and reference pages 52 to 58. May I have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
May I have a second?
I'll second it.
Discussion? Ms. Ludwig?
It's for Manager Marchant. If we vote tonight and approve the settlement, when could we possibly get a check to them? I know we said something about within 30 days.
Oh, this is different than the other settlement agreement. We're going to get this settlement out as soon as possible. So what happens after tonight's vote, if it's in the affirmative, is once we get the signature on the resolution, then I will get that to our attorney, Mr. Dimitri, who will get it to their attorney, Mr. Kirby, for them to countersign it. And then they will file that with the court for a stipulation of whatever, release with prejudice, whatever they say. And once that's filed in the court, and we have the court order, then as soon as we receive that, then we process the check.
I would like to ask that we pay special attention to the delivery of this check.
Absolutely.
And could we please have you involved?
I will be involved in
manner?
every step of it.
Thank you.
Other questions, comments? Okay, roll call vote. Vice
One more
President.
question.
Oh, certainly, Mr. LeBlanc.
Does it have to come out of fund balance right now? Just wanted to at least ask.
The logic is that these were tax revenues received in prior years, and that's where they are, and they were not remitted for those prior years. And so it's funds that they're entitled to that are in our fund balance. We didn't budget for it. We didn't anticipate it.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, roll call vote. Vice President Ludwig.
Yes.
Mrs. Shockley.
Yes.
Mrs. Lima.
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc.
Yes.
Mrs. Dixon, yes. 5 yeas, no nays. The motion passes. Agenda E4, approval of National Grid / Verizon request to replace a pole on Perry Hill Road, replacing pole 45-50, which will feed a new home on 190 Perry Hill Road, reference pages 69 to 70. May I have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Thank you. May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Discussion. Roll call vote. Vice President Ludwig.
Yes.
Mrs. Shockley.
Yes.
Mrs. Lima.
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc.
Yes.
Mrs. Dixon. Yes, 5 yeas, no nays, the motion passes. Item E5, authorization for the town manager to execute an easement in favor of Kent County Water Authority for the installation of a water line in the public way along Columbus Avenue. May I have this is reference pages 71 to 75. May I have a motion?
I'll make the motion.
Thank you. May I have a second?
Second.
Discussion. Mr. Marchand?
Yes, this is a request from Kent County Water Authority for an easement for
Okay.
their project.
Thank you. Any comments, questions? Mrs. Lima?
Anything we should note or be aware of with this, or?
No, this would be standard work in the right of way to do a water line as part of infrastructure. They would be responsible for the trench, the safety, the police detail, the road repair, and cleaning it up better than they found it.
Any other comments? Vice President Ludwig?
This may build off of Councilor Lima's. So the easement here is really, it's town property. They just want the right to access the land, but this is not, it's not like a permanent easement here. This is a one-time item for them to address the underground items.
It gives them access, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Shockley, do you have a
My
question?
questions, I'm good.
Did it, I didn't understand from his answer whether it was a one-time thing or whether he simply said it gives them access.
I can explain
Please.
if you want. It says in the deed, it's in perpetuity. It's for good. It's an easement forever. But the other thing you might want to take note of is in the fourth paragraph down. The
Page
grantee-
reference, what?
Oh, this
Is that
is page
71?
I'm sorry.
71.
Page 71, fourth full paragraph down. Grantee stands exclusively responsible for all maintenance, et cetera. So the town doesn't have any responsibility. KCWA does. So, yes, it's in perpetuity. The grant is of the easement, but so is the responsibility to maintain on the part of KWCA, which is typical of the easements that are granted in this context.
Mr. LeBlanc, did you have your hand up?
I did. Thank you, President Dixon. Whenever it comes to these type of Kent County water projects, it can't happen for this one because it's already too late in the game. But I don't know if there's ever a chance where we can try to ask them what their future projects are, because I would love to be able to tee this up with if we have to do like a sewer project or repair a wastewater line or anything like that, because we're already digging up the road. And I don't think we're doing that with this potential. I don't know if there's a need, but just wanted to at least call that out.
That was exactly why we tried to work with them last year on the Johnson Boulevard water project. And we found out a little too late. And there were a lot of DEM permits that still needed to be done, which we couldn't get before the project was over. But, they have new leadership over there that is open and more receptive to working with us. So, and I know that as part of the comprehensive plan update, Herb is working with Kent County Water because that is a very integral part of the infrastructure and the growth of the community. So we are making headway on improving that relationship.
Great, thanks.
Mrs. Lima?
This might be for Mr. Gorham. So can you confirm for me that it says in some language here that they need to return the road to its normal state? Because nothing grinds anyone's gears more than when utilities dig things up and then they do a hack patch job that people ride over and is bumpy, or it's like ends up being a speed bump, or it turns into a pothole later. I mean, I just want to make sure we've got accountability. I know there was a state law that came about a few years ago about this, but I just want to make sure we're covered in this easement deed that
They maintain.
I don't know that it's very clear to me that that's the case.
Let me take a look.
See the mention of curb stops, but not-
Okay, but it says, keeping the water main and curb stops in easement area in good repair for the use intended and for the full amount of such incurred costs. So the use intended of the area above is the roadway. So, I mean, we could add in something if you want. It's pretty pro forma.
Either that, or I would appreciate whoever's the liaison from the town to these folks to keep on them and make sure that they don't, it's like I said, do a hack job where it's now this road is going to be bumpy and it's, whatever. I want it to be left in the condition it was found to the closest extent.
Yeah, we have not only the Director of Public Works, but we also now have a town engineer who's going to be looking at these projects more regularly than in the past.
Yeah. Okay.
Mrs. Shockley?
Just going off of Mr. LeBlanc's question. So currently they're looking for an easement for future projects. They don't have a current project that they've let us know about, at least in the works, or I see that.
This is for a specific location. And I don't know if they already have infrastructure there that they just don't have an easement for, or if they plan to expand infrastructure. Mr. Durfee,
Mr. Durfee, do you have a comment?
On that?
Please come forward.
Thank you. This is actually a little bit complex. It's easy in terms of the easement before you. How this came about is there's a particular area that has a couple buildable lots that were a result of one Rhode Island Supreme Court case, and this is off the Columbus Ave, America Ave area. Basically, the town owns every single parcel around it, but the couple developable parcels. There was a second Rhode Island Supreme Court case that talked about the water line that served the original lot up there. As a result of the case, there was a second developable lot that was put up there that was never developed upon. It is now going to be developed upon for a single family dwelling unit. The issue is that the buildable lot is far enough away from where the water main is. Kent County Water Authority, in good due diligence, said we can't do anything but with it because it's a town right of way, that we can't do anything without an easement. So basically what we need to do in order to connect the new dwelling unit that's to be built to the water main down on Clubhouse Road, we need this particular easement. So the development, it's not really the beginning of another development out there. If there's going to be a beginning of another development, it's going to start with you because you own all the parcels around it. But it is a public right of way. There is already one water line that comes down. This one water line is to serve the second developable lot. And that's the purpose of this particular easement. And it's really the safety that Kent County Water Authority wants to build in the security to have the town's approval to be able to do the work that they need to do in collaboration with the project manager of the dwelling unit. I don't know if that clarifies or makes it easier, but just wanted to make sure you knew a little of the background.
Thank you. Okay, are there any other questions? Ms. Ludwig?
It's just in relation to the transparency comment and the working on the relationship with Kent County Water. So my understanding is that we have two people on the board. I can't remember the name. I believe it's Crossman and Scott Duckworth.
Of course, yeah.
I have not heard anything about this board since we were having some of the issues about a year and a half ago when we were having some of the new director from Kent County Water come over and chat with us about the new billings and that. So I'm wondering if we can reach out and get some sort of update from them. Maybe we can consider putting it on a future agenda. But I just wanted to mention that it's been a while, and I know that we have two appointed persons, and I just want to feel like we know what's going on over there. So maybe we can take that follow-up, President Dixon.
Certainly, we certainly can do that. Any other comments or questions? Okay, roll call vote. Vice President Ludwig?
Yes.
Mrs. Shockley?
Yes.
Mrs. Lima,
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc,
Yes.
President Dixon, yes, 5 yeas, no nays. The motion passes. Thank you. Next item is 6E6, change the voting status of the following Coventry School Building Committee member from non-voting to voting, Amy Anzalone. I did speak with the town solicitor, and he recommends that our motion be that it's a motion for a provisional vote pending confirmation by the solicitor that state law requires and or allows this. So the motion is to change the status of a school building committee member from non-voting to voting based on a provisional, this will be a provisional vote pending confirmation by the solicitor that state law requires and or allows it. May I have a motion?
Make a motion.
Thank you. May I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Discussion. Mrs. Shockley.
So how does that work exactly? We have a meeting this week. Is that making it so she has a vote and that vote would count regardless, or?
It would mean that she would not be a voting member pending decision from Mr. Gorham, who is going to check into the law for us.
So as soon as he finds out one way or the other, the decision is simply made. It doesn't come back before us.
Correct. Is that correct, Mr. Gorham, the way you explained it to me?
Yeah, the Ms. Anzalone what is her, the charter is very clear on who can be on the board. Is this something that's, excuse me, yeah, the charter is very clear about who can be on the school building committee. Is this extraneous to the?
It's a ride requirement.
Okay, so I found the ride requirements. Well, I was sitting here because I knew this was coming up, and I emailed it to everyone. We can review it together now if you want. But I think there's probably a way to fit Ms. Anzalone in under the many additional positions that the state law apparently requires under its own regulations, the Department of Education regulations. So
we have her listed as a member who has knowledge of the educational mission and function of the facility.
Then you can make it non-provisional. The other thing you might consider is that according to the state regulations, you can add more people than what is allowed in the charter, because the state regulations say you do what you're supposed to follow your charter for the appointments. But then in addition to that, if you want to augment the committee, or actually, I think you probably should, since it's a state requirement under the state regulations, which if you want the regulations site, it's 200 Rhode Island Code of Regulations -20-05-4. That's the section that I'm citing from here when I say that it's okay for her to be appointed in the capacity that was just mentioned, someone who has a knowledge of the
Which she already has.
Educational mission.
yeah. So, but there are several more, and I don't know if you're going to do all the appointments tonight.
So we have already made appointments in a previous meeting. We're simply changing her status from non-voting to voting, and we're making one other appointment.
Yeah, you can do that. Certainly.
Okay.
Yes, that's fine to answer that question.
Okay, excellent. Then I will withdraw my motion for a provisional vote and make a motion to change the voting status of the following school building committee member from non-voting to voting, Amy Anzalone. May I have a motion for that?
Before you withdraw, we're still in discussion, if I may. So my question was, the charter says there needs to be 9 voting members and there's 6 non-voting. The 6 non-voting aligning with the RIDE regulations. My question is, but I want to clarify, are you saying that the RIDE regulations say we can add voting members regardless of what the charter says?
Well, it says that you must follow your charter first.
Yep.
Then, in addition to that, there's a section B that says you're to add that the committee, in addition to the charter's edicts, all right, requirements, must at a minimum consist of 8 people. Well, you already have 9, so you've met that. Then it says including, and I'll just go through it, the superintendent of schools,
Yep.
at least one member of the school committee,
Mm-hmm.
already done that. The local official responsible for building maintenance. So
Yep. Russ Hill.
okay. A representative of the office or body authorized by law to construct school buildings in the municipality. I don't know if we have someone who, I think that's for big cities. If we don't have one, then I don't. think we
Yeah.
have to
Russ,
do it.
Russ Hill.
We don't have that. It's probably Providence and.
Yeah.
A member who has knowledge of the educational mission, et cetera.
Yeah,
Just
Amy-
take care of-
Amy.
We're about to take care of that with the motion.
Well,
Hello?
she's already appointed. So that's the
Right.
thing is right now she just doesn't have a vote. So what would be, it would
Well, all
be,
right.
it would be moving. We'd then only have 5 non-voting and we'd bump up with the next item to
Right.
11 voting.
And
I
that,
just want to make sure we're okay to go outside of the bounds of our charter. That's my question.
I think you have to, because the money is coming from the state,
Mhm.
at least in part, and this is how they say you must do it.
Okay.
So I'm comfortable with that. Just continuing on, a local budget official or a member of the local finance committee. I mean,
That's Harold Sands and Lisa Mills.
I think we're comfortable that we've added the right people.
Yeah.
We want to know if we can change her from a non-voting to a voting
Yeah.
member
yeah, I mean, I think
and then have more than 9 voting members, which it says in our charter.
you can. I think you can select any of these additional appointments and deem them to be voting members or not. It doesn't specify in the regulation.
It didn't even speak voting versus non-voting. It
doesn't.
just talked about membership.
Right.
Okay. Other questions, Ms. Ledwick?
I know we're technically on Ms. Anzalone. However, I do want to point out that if we decide to make her a voting member and not the next person, that would be 10. Yeah. And now we have a possible tie vote in this situation. So I do think it's worth considering the same question that Councillor Lima has asked, but apply it as a question for the possible appointment of Kristen Benoit. If I'm saying that wrong, I apologize. She is not a member on the school side. She would be, for example, resident Coventry, elector of Coventry. I don't know if we can possibly fit her into one of the roles. I mean, she's got an extensive financial background. She's finance director in West Warwick. So I just want to make sure that we're considering both items before we vote on one. And then on the next one, same logic applies, but we can't fit her in somehow. And now we've just created a problem for ourselves with 10 members.
Well, Mr. Gorham just mentioned that Director of Facilities could be a member. And we do have Russ Hill and he's non-voting, so he can become voting and then you don't have a problem with the quorum.
No, because we already have 9 voting members, right? We already have the ride requirements of ex officio members.
Well,
We want to know if we can change some.
I'm not certain that these are ex officio. It doesn't say that. It says they have, no, our charter prescribes,
Mr. Gorham as ex officio.
yeah, it's ex officio, the town solicitor and the superintendent. That's it. And what I'm saying is just forget about that for a minute. The state regulations, it doesn't specify that they're supposed to be ex officio. And I think in the absence of that specification, it may be that they're supposed to vote. I don't know why you would not have them vote. Why would they just be ex officio members?
So can we maybe refocus for a minute? If I'm just going to throw a hypothetical out there, if we wanted to move Ms. Anzalone to a voting member,
Yeah.
and if we wanted to appoint Ms. Benoit as a voting member, could we do that based off of everything you've just read now?
If she fits into one of the additional members that are
Does
prescribed by state law, you think she does? If that's your judgment.
knowledge of the educational mission and function of the facility.
I thought that was Mrs. Anzalone.
It is.
Right.
We're
So
talking about
that's-
that.
Right. But you were asking about member Benoit.
Benoit, it would be elector of the town.
Well, you've got to make it a tie-breaking vote. I'm going to find a way you could fit her in, but I don't really see anything. How good did it last time?
Can we keep it as provisional for this evening?
The problem
Yeah.
with provisional though is then if we make both of them provisional and we can only, I'll just throw something out there. We can only make Ms. Anzalone a true vote based on this. Then now we have 10. We've created a problem for ourselves.
So if we make them provisional and one of them is allowed, they're automatically in. I got you.
Why don't we vote to change Ms. Anzalone from non-voting to voting, because she definitely fits a category of has knowledge of the educational mission and function of the facility, and then table the other member for now.
I'm going to motion to table both until we get a decision from legal.
I'll second that.
Candidates.
We just have a decision.
No, we don't.
That was a motion. I know there was a second.
I would happily vote for both of them, but without knowing if we can't really vote for either of them.
I'm not sure we
There's a
can't
motion.
vote for either.
I'm not hanging my head on I thinks.
Did I understand she works for the, so I don't know, these, the people who wrote this, it's not exact.
Point of order. Can we please take this offline and proceed with the motion and second that are on the floor? Thank you.
So do we have a motion?
We do. Well, we had a first and a second.
Okay, who made the motion to
Jen.
table?
Jen
Jen made the motion to
and I
table.
seconded it.
Jamie seconded. Okay. Any discussion? Roll call, just a moment. Roll call vote. You tabling both? Is that what your recommendation is, Ms. Ludwig?
E6 and 7.
E6 and 7. Okay. Roll call vote. Mr. LeBlanc,
Yes.
Mrs. Lima,
Yes.
Mrs. Shockley,
Yes.
Ms. Ludwig.
Yes.
Mrs. Dixon, no. 4 yeas, 1 nay. The motion passes to table. Now that it's tabled, what information is needed in order to have a vote? Specifically, what information so we can move forward with this?
We need to know we can have more than 9 for a fact, even though our charter says 9. And then we also need to know that both of these members fit into the criteria under RIDE regulations so that they can both be added.
And I need to know that if 9 is a hard stop or if RIDE prescribes that we are able to override the charter and put in as many members as we want. The charter to me is not just a suggestion, it's the law of the town. So I want to make sure we're following our own laws. That's all. I have no issue appointing Kristen or Amy, and I'm happy to work with both of them, but I just want to make sure we're following our own laws.
Okay, so the question is, can we have more than 9? But I'm not sure if it's 9 voting or just
The question is more than 9 voting.
9 voting, not 9 members.
9 voting.
9 voting members. Okay, but the law, our charter and the RIDE regulation doesn't speak to voting or non-voting.
Our charter 100% speaks to it.
Voting? But RIDE regulations don't. Okay, so the question is, can we have more than 9 voting members, Mr. Gorham? And to do both members that we are considering fit into the RIDE regulations?
Can you have what? Excuse me.
Do both members that we're proposing this evening fit into the RIDE regulations?
Salone and Benoit.
Yep. And can we override the charter with ride regulations? And I can provide you with a list of people, certainly. So those are the three questions, okay?
I think I can answer part of it right now.
No, just moving all of it.
All right, good, fine.
Okay. Okay, agenda F1, tax assessors additions and abatements for July 2022 through August 2022, reference pages 76 to 80. Welcome.
Thank you. How have you been?
Thank you for your patience and waiting all evening for us. I hope you get a lot of work done.
I did. So for July and August 2022, we have abatements in the amount of $51,281.27. And then we have additions. Total amount $133,088.67. Did you have any questions?
Okay, questions from members of the council, Mr. LeBlanc.
Just to confirm, if I did my math correctly, then we have a net gain of 81,807.4.
Oh, I didn't do the math, so I'll just take your word for it.
Appreciate it. I just want to point out that we're adding, not subtracting. So it's
Oh,
a good
yeah.
thing, not a bad thing. Thank you. Sorry. One other question.
Mhm.
This is page 79 out of 179 on our packet. This is more of a website and kind of report question. On the report, it says tax board of review decision.
Yes.
When I go on the website, the only thing I saw that was kind of close to the tax board of review was the assessment review board. Is that the same body?
It is.
Just wanted to make sure.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Ms. Ludwig?
Welcome back. So I just want to check the prorated mention in the short description
Okay.
in the green page we have. So this is page 77. Can you just remind me? So when it says prorated and the certain number of days, so this is just the amount of time it took to get recalced or?
No, these are for new constructions. So they have to be prorated from the date of the CO to the end of the year. And it gets a little confusing because our tax roll and our bills are sent out sort of on a fiscal year, but they're actually collected on a calendar year.
Okay, I think I see what you mean. So
that's why you haven't seen me in a while with these.
Yeah. So it's kind of like they don't pay up first. They have to get assessed in the first place. They have to get the CO in place to even to start the process in the first place.
What if they're 50% complete, their building is 50% complete on 12/31, they'll get that 50% in their original tax bill with their land. And then once the CO is issued, then we prorate for the number of days, tax per day, and that only that bit of value that was added after the first of the year, and then we prorate it, and that's where the prorate comes from.
Okay. Thank you for the background. I had one other question on the abatements, page 1 of 2. This is page 79 of our packet. So if you look at like six lines down, Cone tax treaty, so Center New England tax treaty. There's actually a couple of these on here. I just want to understand.
Okay. About the Center of New England? Is that what you're asking about the Center of New England Treaty?
So I understand the treaty.
Okay.
I just want to understand in terms of when these go out, is this just we send them a tax bill based off of what year we think they're at on the 1 to 10, or why are there several of the items on here?
These are all at 87 Center of New England Drive.
Okay.
It's a building with several units in it. So the owner of the building is 87 Center of New England LLC. So the building gets 0% because it's the first year. I had to abate it because I tried very, very diligently to get a date of commencement through many channels, including Mr. D'Agostino. I mean, we all worked together, but it was very difficult to get that date of commencement from 87 Central New England. So it ended up getting put on the tax roll, and the tax roll got locked. So that's why I have to abate it. I was hoping to not to, but that's for the building and the land. They pay 0 the first year. You say you understand the Cone Treaty, and then the other two entities that you see that are getting that's for the tangibles. Even any business in that property, they will not pay any business personal property taxes for 10 years either. So that they had gone on the tangible roll, and I had to abate them as well.
So is this kind of procedural, like and technically maybe not issued a bill directly to them for, say, the 24,000 or the 538, but our system created a bill and then we had to go back on it to say, no, you don't owe this to us.
Yes.
Okay. All right. I think that's it for now. I might have one more later offline, but thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Just a
Mr. LeBlanc?
follow-up question on the tax treaty, if I could. So is it from date of purchase of the lot, or is it date of when the building is constructed?
It's
Just so I understand. I just,
Yep. So the Cone Treaty states that it's from date of commencement, which is the complete building becomes fully functional and occupied.
really? So they could have bought it like 10 years ago, just let it be barren?
I believe it sat unfinished for quite some time.
Wow.
Yeah. So this guy just bought it not too long ago. And
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
you're welcome.
Other questions? Okay, may I have a motion and second to accept the tax assessors additions and abatements for July 2022 through August 2022?
Motion.
May I have a second?
I'll second
Any other discussion? Roll call vote by President Ludwig,
Yes.
Mrs. Shockley,
Yes.
Mrs. Lima,
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc.
it. Yes.
President Dixon, yes. 5 yeas, no nays, the motion passes. Next, item F2, affirming the award of a purchase of two 2022 Ford Policy Interceptor Utility AWD SUVs and the respective vehicle accessories. May I have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
May I have a second?
I'll second it.
Discussion. Chief Heiss, welcome. We got to do something about putting you at the beginning of the agenda.
It was Kevin's turn tonight.
Yes. Just tell us a little bit more about this. You've talked to us about this the last time we had this on the agenda.
Yes, so this is to purchase two 2022 outfitted SUVs for patrol. The amount we're looking for is $125,998.10 to outfit the vehicles and purchase them. This will be from the capital budget.
This is reference pages 81 to 87. Okay. Discussion. Any questions? Mrs. Lima?
So not much has really changed since the last time when we tabled this. I guess I'll just ask, what is the balance in the CIP line in the budget, and what has been spent from that so far? so I can get an understanding. And I just want to, if there's evidence to support that we've got this money in there, I'd love to learn more about that.
Mr. Marchand?
So last time we talked, there was some confusion about what was in the CIP budget and what was not, because when the original CIP budget was proposed, a list of like 10 items were put in for $950,000. And then when the new budget was proposed, $400,000 was cut from the CIP budget without specifying what was being cut. And so to say what was funded, what wasn't, we had a list of 10 items and nothing had been cut. So when since then we went back and we looked, and there's 2 items that amount to over $400,000 that we cut: the generators for library, public works, and town hall, and the underbody truck wash station. So taking those 2 items out gets us below the budget that we have for capital, and everything else in capital is now funded for capital.
Okay.
With the existing budget. And I thought it was important to put this item back forward because of the lead time and the wait time for parts and packages, and there's a delay in getting it. So the sooner we order it, the better.
Yeah. I guess I get concerned too, because hearing about how we're going over in many departments, and I don't know what it looks like so far into this year, but I don't know what our fund balance has, if we're dipping into that to cover these overages. And if we run out of fund balance, would we need to dip into capital to help supplant those overages in departments? I don't know if that should be a concern.
At this point, we do not have any overages in this year's budget. Everything's on track. We have been withholding. These are budgeted funds in the current year budget. And we do project to have a surplus at the end of last year. But again, we'll know in 2 weeks at the next council meeting where exactly we stand, because we expect to have all the way through June completed. But this is kind of a function of, we can delay it, but then we're operating on vehicles and equipment we know are deficient. In the police negotiations last year, I made a commitment to not put police officers in vehicles that wouldn't be able to pass an inspection, for example. And so, the operational necessity is what is driving this as much as anything. And it is budgeted. And I would say that, looking to the future, we're going to be looking to make sure that we can offset any expenses that overrun current budgets. We have time now to do that by holding back and constraining our spending. But this is not an area that I would recommend holding back on right now.
I guess just going forward, I think I've mentioned this before, it'd be nice that with resolutions where an expenditure is being asked, there going to be an appendix or an attachment with it that shows where the money's coming from, what the current balance is, what it'll be after this, what's been spent out of it so far for the year. Because I'm just assuming that money is there. I don't have any evidence to support whether it's there or not. I'm just taking a word for it. And I just would appreciate having some evidence in front of me to show we've got that money in there. That's all. There are a lot of cities and towns that actually by charter require you to have that evidence affixed to resolutions in order to present for expenditure requests to a council. But that would be helpful for me.
Okay, Mr. LeBlanc.
Chief, I support the police, but I also support sound financial decision-making. I don't know how we ended fiscal year 2022, and I don't have any financial reporting for the current fiscal year. So I have to abstain from this vote. Just wanted you to know. Thanks.
Okay, any other comments? Mrs. Shockley. Ms. Ludwig.
So we went over some of the monthly financials a little bit earlier. It's showing that we're tracking relatively similar to last year. Could something come up in the next 3 months that you're working on to get us up to date? Sure.
Yes, I mean, we will have the next 3 months, October 11th, I believe the date is. You know, I'm going to hold myself out here and most likely the first 2 months of 2023. Like the town manager stated, this is in the FY23 budget. It is budgeted for. There is no capital expenditures that have been made so far. Matter of fact, most departments have been, you know, held back from spending due to some of the gas prices and et cetera. So only operating on it on absolute must. So, I mean, this is budgeted for 23, not 22. So that doesn't roll into what was actually budgeted for FY23. This was actually budgeted.
Okay. Based on that information, I'm comfortable moving forward and I'll be approving this. Thank you.
Okay, any other comments? Okay, I support this. This is in the capital improvement budget. And we already explained what happened for the $400,000 that was cut. We're cutting the generator and the
Truck wash system.
Under what?
Truck wash system.
The truck wash system. I looked that up in Google because I wasn't really sure. And reminded me that I should do my car too. All right. Roll call vote. Vice President Ludwig.
Yes.
Mrs. Shockley.
Yes.
Mrs. Lima.
An extremely uneasy yes.
Mr. LeBlanc.
Abstain.
Mrs. Dixon, yes. 4 yeas, 1 abstain. The motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Agenda F3, resolution proposing not to exceed 95 million for a bond amount for stage 2 and 3 Coventry School building construction. Reference pages 88 to 90. May I have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
May I have a second?
I'll second it.
Discussion, questions, page 88 to 90. We also have Mr. Phil Conti with us this evening from Studio J. Welcome to our meeting. And I'm sure you know that we do have long meetings, so thank you for your patience. You've been here all evening. You were here at 6 o'clock, so thank you. All right, questions about this proposal? Mr. LeBlanc.
In part of the memo that we received, there's a state funding formula calculation. But when I add up the 49.2 plus the 5%, it comes to 74.2%, not 69.2. So I was just wondering what in that table is not completely accurate.
No, there was actually another item where for a potential 5% bonus that I didn't include. And of these, I don't think we'd be eligible for the increased facility utilization because it's a function of increasing a percentage by so much. And I don't think Mario anticipated us getting that one. So if we could get that, we could get more. But yeah, sorry.
It's okay. I just wanted clarity. Thank you.
Okay, other questions? Mrs. Lima.
Can I just get a reminder again? The urgency to approve this amount, is it in line with a RIDE requirement? Is there a number that needs to go on a submission?
This really isn't improving an amount. It's more of a conceptual basis for telling this school building committee what they have to work with.
Mm-hmm.
If they don't have 95 to work with, but you give them 80, then they're going to develop a project to the 80 number. And you know, the difference will be whatever the difference is, but that way you set the expectations from the beginning about what you're willing to entertain. If you're willing to look at all the options, then you go with the biggest number to see what's possible. But I know with members of the council on the school building committee, the participation of the finance staff and a lot of input, I think everyone's going to be working to get the very best, most affordable and reasonable proposal we can put together possible.
Okay. So I'll get to this in a second, but I'd propose that this resolution be weakened in its language a bit and reflect more of kind of preliminary estimate or something that show, because the crux of why the previous one failed was because of the disagreement about who said we could go with that amount, the amount being the max, et cetera. And what I would like to do is set up our school building committee for success. And I don't want to give them an amount to work with. And then once we get full context on financial reporting, we find out that we can't go near that amount or we need to adjust the amount. And I don't want to move the goalposts on this committee. I want to set them up for success. So given the fact that we were not caught up on budget reporting, we don't have a finalized audit, we don't have any master plan facilities wise to strategize for bond usage. So, I've heard the committee talk about going to the max, but if we do that, I don't know how, when in the future would we be able to start on, say, whatever the next project would be in a school facilities plan list. I'm also tasked with the fact that I can't just worry about only the schools as well. We just heard a report a couple months ago that there's 120 million plus needed to repair roads and sidewalks. I'm hearing more and more about the issues with our sanitation trucks. So I never imagined we'd be at this point and we wouldn't be caught up yet and have a clearer picture on finances. But I do think, number one, we need to weaken the language in this resolution to adequately reflect what Mr. Marchand has said in terms of this isn't the number, but it's meant to be a guideline. And then I don't know how we do this, but I don't know if it's this resolution or if it's a discussion at the school building committee level, but I know that this committee this council wants options, not just whatever the number is that we give them and that's the only project we see. I think there's a desire expressed by a majority of council members at a couple meetings ago that we'd like to see what different amounts of money get us at different price points. So I just want to make sure that we're very clear in whatever this resolution says, because I don't want the council to get crucified by the public and the school community if we have to come back to them later because we find out with a full financial picture that we can't meet whatever amount we've agreed to here conceptually. That's my issue. I want to set this up for success and I don't want bad faith. That's all.
Mr. Gorham, you have a comment.
Yeah, the resolution is written with the words not to exceed, italicized, bold, and underlined. I don't think it could be any clearer that you're simply setting a maximum and that it's not the school board is the building committee is not duty bound to exceed that or to get to it. It just says not to exceed
But
it.
my point is, we're guessing that this number is whatever number we pick, whether it's 95, 90, 80, 70, we're guessing that that's the correct number. We have incomplete financials. We don't have a final audit. And we also, we don't know if this number might need to change. I don't want to be bound by this resolution when we give them a number and we find out later with a more complete financial picture that we can't fulfill that. And then we have to tell them, hey, you've done all this work on a project that would cost this amount, but sorry, we've found out that we can only do this.
I would like to ask Mr. Phil Conti to come and speak to this issue because he's worked with our committee in the past. He's working with South Kingston and he's hopefully working with us this time also. And speak to the number and how a consultant would work with a school building committee to work on the number, because we talk about maximum, but maximum is only if you're going for all of the incentives. It doesn't necessarily mean you're going for the full amount. And also, I believe that the goal of the school building committee is to look at needs and then to prioritize those needs and to present options, which the group would then discuss. But please help us understand how you would approach a number if it said not to exceed X, Y, Z. How would you approach that with the school building committee?
Good evening, everyone. Some of the more successful projects tend to be a balance between what the needs are and what the acceptable bonding capacity of the municipality is. You need both of those pieces of information to generate a list of options that we could describe as good, better, best. And in some municipalities, they ask us to just focus on the needs, for example, and the money comes later. Others, they focus on the money first with plenty of needs, and the school building committee works together to prioritize what one of those needs should be accepted and that fits within the financial constraints. But the best approach is a balance of knowing both pieces of information. And then the school building committee is presented options that are developed by the consultants and discussed, and then make a decision on what moves forward, the good, better, or best option before the final submission.
So at what point in the discussion is this to get to stage 2, or is it we're talking about stage 3? Is it get to stage 2 where you need to really understand the amount of money and the possibilities?
Sure. The stage 2 submission is your affirmation of what the project is and what the town will support in bonding capacity. That is the stage 2 that is due in February. We're coming into October. We're at the very beginning. We want to develop those options so the school building committee can debate and deliberate over them over the next couple of months with input from the community, constant communication with town council and the finance department so everyone is in alignment. But you generally want to arrive at what the project is and what that funding amount is going to be like early December, so that we can do our work and the cost estimators can do their work, and we can put the submission for your approval in January and submission in February.
Okay. Are there any questions that members of the council would like to ask Mr. Conti?
I didn't yield the floor. I haven't finished. I didn't yield the floor. I still had comments and questions.
Okay, go ahead, Mrs. Linda.
So I guess my question still stands, though. Given that this resolution isn't really required, we're kind of just doing it to stay in touch with the two bodies. I mean, there's a part of me that feels like we should probably have a more formal adoption of an amount at a later date, considering this is meant to be very preliminary. Does that make sense, what I'm saying?
That's anticipated.
Okay.
This is just the very preliminary, and later in the process, we're going to have estimates. We're going to have, even though it's a very short process because we have a very short window, I am hoping to see what the difference is between 1 school, 2 school, 3 school, 4 school, like how much can we afford and what gets us past our critical threshold, and that we don't have to do the materials costing of every item to know generally that what additional improvement takes us above 95 versus what keeps us below.
Yeah.
And then based on whatever those options are, maybe it's a la carte, maybe there's some combinations to get you more value and more reimbursement than others.
Yes,
and so that's the work of the school committee. And this is just saying, here's what you have to work with. No more. Don't even come back to us to talk about going over the 95 because we don't have it.
I just want it to be extremely clear to the school building committee that like, I don't want backlash later if this amount has to be adjusted at all. That's all I wanted to say. But before I do yield the floor, I just wanted to point out, I had made contact with Mario Carreno at RIDE, and I had asked him, because I wanted to know what was considered kind of the going rate for projects like this that have been recommended in terms of elementary schools, or the project he's proposed, closing, consolidating elementary schools. So Johnston in 2021, they had a full amount of 84 million. That was, they consolidated 5 elementary schools into 2, having 1 new elementary school and 1 early childhood education center. Smithfield in 2018, obviously outside of our current inflation window, for 45 million, they did additions, renovations to 3 elementary schools, closed an elementary school, did repairs at one elementary school, the middle school, and high school. And then further outside of the inflation window, North Providence in 2016 did a $60 million bond, and they did 2 new elementary schools to replace 3 total. So I just wanted to give some context around recently what's been done in terms of related projects to what RIDE has proposed. Obviously, the school building committee needs to make decisions about the project, but based on what we're building this amount off of, I just wanted to throw that out there. And I had given copies of the information I was given to members of the council. So that was it.
Okay, Mrs. Shockley.
I very much appreciate the comparables. And I just wanted to ask, just because we keep talking about the possibility of having to change based on budgetary issues. And I just wanted to make sure I'm clear. What we bond for, the amount, the council may decide to have be lower based on the fact that we want money available for other projects. But whatever amount we choose has its own funding source, right? We are going to put this out to bond. And if voters approve it, it has its own funding source, and that is tax revenue. And even if our budget is low and we're not able to maybe pay for some other things that we'd like to within that budget, this project has its own funding source.
Yes. And I just want to add to it, it's very, really important. I know we did the analysis last year with the school bond, and we brought it to the budgets and all that good stuff. A separate analysis is going to need to be done on the school side. So if they're going to do some consolidation, how much money are we saving? If we close 3 schools, 4 schools, is it 20 million, 30 million we're saving? Are we repurposing the buildings? Are we selling them? Are we putting them back on the tax roll? Those are huge numbers that need to be crunched by someone on the school department that's familiar with, if we go with that step, how many we're going to close, what are we going to do? That's some serious number crunching that's going to help in the big financial picture.
Okay. I also wanted to ask, on page 90 of our packet, it has the schedule of debt service fall off. And this is just our current debt service.
Yeah.
So just to make sure I'm clear, in 2023, we're paying about $4 million a year in debt service. And let's just do 5 years. In 2028, we're going to be paying $1 million less per year on our current bonds. Okay. I just wanted to make sure I was understanding those numbers correctly. So we do have some reductions there. I also wanted to ask, if we go a little forward on page 88, one paragraph up from the bottom, and I think Mr. Marchant, this is a question for you, but possibly Ms. Mills. So you say utilization of the town's fund balance will likely have a more negative impact on its credit score than utilization of an entire debt limit. So are you saying that if we end up having to pay for small fixes over time out of our fund balance, that would be worse than bonding to full capacity? Or I'm just not sure why you made the statement.
So I introduced it in the concept of if we look at all the town's resources available to take advantage of this state incentive for 69.2% reimbursement, we could look at using fund balance if we need $500,000, $1 million to get the project to go, or with preliminary financing. But the point is that is more detrimental to use fund balance than it is to use the full 95 million of your debt capacity, because one will move the needle and the other won't. And don't ask me why this is, because that's Moody's and Standard & Poor's and their business. But the point is we're not going to look at utilizing our fund balance to make this project go forward. We're going to look at the other resources we have that have more flexibility because of the reimbursement rate that will give us back our credit and our credit capacity and our cash flow to do other projects. And we're in a unique time in history for Coventry because as far behind as we are in infrastructure for school buildings and roads and all these things, the state reimbursement is catching us up the fastest of anything. And that's why I think we should do the schools first because of that scenario. And then take that savings anywhere we can get it, from the reimbursement to the efficiency and savings in schools, and then use that savings to address our other needs like roads and parks and sidewalks and whatever else we need to get done. But I mean, this is an enormous weight. We looked at this a year ago when we looked at the financial health of the town. It's not great. But when you have an opportunity to move ahead, not just in baby steps, but in a good leap forward, I think that's my justification for why it's a good idea. And yeah, there's risk. We could, the project could have problems. The economy could go south. Anything could happen. But I think given the town's position, this is a really good opportunity for the town to move forward and take a little bit of that risk to fix the history that's been neglected.
Yeah, I would also say, the proposals that are on here as far as samples, they don't factor in touching any of our other schools at all. So one of them goes to the full capacity of our bonding capacity, but we don't touch the high school. We don't touch the middle school. Because of its newness, I won't even mention Washington Oak at the moment, but still it doesn't touch that school either. So I would want to see a not to exceed amount of the full, but I would be interested, and possibly Mr. Conti, you'd be the best to speak to this. Could we also put in this resolution that we would like to see a project not to exceed 75 million? So we want to see two projects, one that may, but does not have to, go to our full bonding capacity. But we also want to see something that gives us, I'm kind of trying to work off of what you said slightly, Ms. Lima. We also want to make sure we see a project that doesn't go there, that leaves some flexibility for us if, a road caves in or God, it's just the first thing I thought of, but just something we may truly need some bonding capacity for, even though I do feel this year ARPA funds may help us with that.
And just to
Mrs.
add,
Shockley, I agree with you. The only issue is that if we don't meet all the incentives, we won't get as much money back.
Right.
Understood. And I think that would have to be factored in.
That would have to be factored in. So 75 million may or may not meet all the incentive requirements. So maybe you'll only get, 60 or 50%.
Yep. I fully understand that. I'm glad you said it so that everybody else who may be listening would understand it. But just to be able to see and make a decision based on some of those things. I don't know I think our timeline, it may have to allow for it so we can make sure we make a good decision.
So I just wanted to add a couple things. We really need to have some kind of range of where this town council wants to go, because we have to get, Steve Massaroni, our financial advisor, to run these numbers. So we have no idea what this interest in principal, we know we're going to get 30%, but we're going to technically pay 30%, but 30% of the total is not just the 95, obviously, it's with interest. So as we visited that last year, it's with interest on a close to 100 million is a lot of money. So we need to reach out to Massaroni to give them some kind of idea of, and hopefully the building committee will have some kind of range of where we want to go, because we need him to crunch the numbers before we can crunch the numbers. So I just wanted to make that point.
Okay, Ms. Ludwig?
I thought it was an interesting idea about, it seemed like you were asking Councilor Lima, do we really need a resolution, right? Because it's it's not officially binding us to anything. It's more about the communication with the other group. So
Yes, I just want to make sure we're operating in good faith. I don't want them to turn around and say, well, you passed a resolution that said you were going to approve a $95 million bond. I just want to make sure we're operating in transparency, open communication, good faith, and that there's understanding of where the town council stands.
Okay. So, I also am unsure why we need to pass a resolution if we can just agree a number. I do like the idea of the options. I think that's been said several times. There's two other things I want to mention. Firstly, I said this last year. I am not in favor of maxing out the credit card. I am not in favor of 95 million. I think we need to bring that number down realistically because of all the other projects that were mentioned in terms of roads and other trucks and things that we're likely going to have to go out to bond for over the next couple of years. So I am not in favor of going anywhere close to that $96 million number. I do think we need to look around maxing out somewhere in the 65 to 70 million. And that's specifically if I just realistically think about over the next, 5 to 10 years, if we're going to do, another 10 or $15 million road / truck / whatever project, and we need to go out to bond for that amount versus when some of the current school bonds are dropping off. So it's not an exact science here, but I'm hovering around the 65 to $70 million number just based off of not trying to spend every available debt capacity amount. And then secondly, I know nothing's in stone here. I know we're so early still in this game. I do have to point out though, that while Washington Oak is, the newest of the schools in Coventry, it's still over 20 years old. And by the time anything happens, probably 25 years old. And so to kind of be looking at the newer and fewer schools where 4 out of 5 districts are looking at going to a new elementary school and the students in District 2 will get nothing. I am going to have a very hard time approving that to go forward. I'm just going to say that. I'm going to be very honest. I'm here to represent the residents, citizens, taxpayers, and students in District 2. That is going to be a very hard sell for me to put something like that forward. I am absolutely open to talking about other options, maybe, through our annual budget process and possible CIP, something like that. But I do just want to be, in the spirit of transparency, very open that will be very difficult for me to approve something on my end if there's not one student getting touched in District 2. So I'm just putting that out there. I know we're still very, very early. I am personally around the 65 to $70 million number. I don't need a resolution if we can come to some sort of general agreement that is the number, and that we will also revisit, to your point, Councilor Lima, when we have the most up-to-date financial information. I don't know, 6 weeks from now, let's revisit and come back to this number versus the timeline of the SBC and what they have. So I'm happy to keep bringing it back in based off of the new data that we get in terms of financials.
One of the number one issues I heard from the last committee was that they really didn't know until they were well down in the design process how much they had to work with. The number of 89 million had been discussed between the chairperson and the interim town manager, but that number was not revealed for several weeks, and I believe even several months into the process. So people felt that, they started off on the wrong foot, not having a firm number in mind. Maybe I shouldn't use the word firm, but they didn't really know what the number was. I'm also concerned with a number that is too low insofar as we know that there are needs in all 7 schools. And so perhaps we're going to consolidate some of them, but we know that there was plumbing, electrical, maintenance for all the schools, including repair of the roof in the middle school, et cetera. So I'm concerned that if we set a number and we're only thinking about consolidation of 2 or 3 schools, and there's nothing left for the improvements that are needed in all the other schools, they're going to go downhill very, very quickly. So I'm very concerned about considering the needs of all of the schools, and there are 7 schools. So even if you consolidate 3 of the schools, and hopefully you'll save some money, but I don't even know how much money you'll actually be able to save. It's hard to know right now, because you're going to have the same number of students, and you're going to probably need the same number of teachers, et cetera. There will be some savings. I know you have something to say, Ms. Mills, but I'm concerned about what happens to the other schools, like the middle school and the high school, and the remaining elementary schools. There's still work to be done in those schools. Ms. Mills? Go ahead. Did you want to make a comment?
No, I mean, what we were articulating is great. I do believe we need someone to really crunch the numbers when we do consolidate and you have 3 or 4 schools. How much are we going to save? Now, there's a lot of operational. There's the building. You can sell the building. It's back on the tax roll. There's my personal opinion. It's double-digit millions easy for savings on consolidation.
Thank you. Okay, we have, Mrs. Shockley, question.
Yeah, thank you. Going back to the debt service fall off on page 90. So that's the amount we're paying that's falling off. What amount of debt, if we could find out, actually falls off in each of these years?
If you add them all up, that's how much debt we have. That's the debt, the principal and interest payments to retire all the existing debt that we have now.
Well, what your principal and interest, like my principal and interest payment per year have nothing. If you added them all together, that's not my total debt. Like I took out a few $100,000 for a mortgage. I pay monthly on it, but that doesn't mean that.
Right.
That
Our
full debt amount
outstanding debt that's been issued is 27,420,000 as of the fiscal statements of 21. And so, or the debt, the 2021
What was that number you just said? I'm sorry.
27,420,000 from the debt bond disclosure report of 2021. And so from that number, these are the payments that it's going to take to retire that debt issuance.
So when we've paid 500, by next year, we'll have $26,900,000 in debt because we'll have paid from about $500,000 off, or $400,000 off.
4 million.
Well, we are going from 4 million to 3.6.
Oh, right. Well, no. So that's the,
in payments.
Yeah. The payments going down as the interest on the total amount goes down because you have less principal every year. So it's shifting every year down.
I don't know that I 100% understand how that works. It sounds like it's not a fixed.
It's not fixed.
Yeah, if you could.
So depending on the bond, some bonds are fixed in principle, and then some are not. So that the principal will fluctuate as with the interest.
Mhm.
So it all depends on the bond.
So I'm looking to see how quickly we're going to get our bonding capacity back.
Okay.
So as we pay off whatever current school bond we have and pay off our old bonds.
Okay.
Each year, how much are we going to have available?
In the budget book that we did last year, I did set up an Excel schedule for all the bonds.
Yes, I do recall that.
Okay, so if you want to look at the detail, it's in there, and I actually added the sewer debt to that schedule as well, so you can see everything. So it is in that budget book somewhere.
Okay. Mrs. Lima.
So building off of what Vice President Ludwig had mentioned, to me, I don't see why we would stress ourselves out about picking an amount now that's not even a set in stone, given the analysis that Ms. Mills and her team and Mr. Masseroni has to do. To me, what would make sense is a directive or a sentiment coming from the council to the school building committee, whether it's in writing or it's in the form of these 3 folks up here who are on that committee saying, I think what would be comfortable for personally me is if we went through with the architect, we say came up with 3 different options, for 3 different projects that are 3 different price points. Simultaneously, Ms. Mills and her team can run what the debt fall off and what the finances and analysis would be for each of those. Because to me, it's not just the merits of the project by itself, but also the financial implications and background that comes along with it. So to me, it's public information that the committee knows it's 95 that we have. I'd rather we say to them, we'd like you to come up with 3 options, knowing 95 is the max, but obviously include other options that don't hit that. And then we run financial analysis from there, given we don't have to give this number until February. Why would we rush?
Exactly. I mean, until you have project proposals, option A, B, and C, every single one will have a different return on investment.
Yes.
And depending on the return on investment, if you have double digit in the million savings, if you can save 10 million a year and you're only putting in 30 million of your bonded capacity because you're going to get the other 70% paid back, then that operational savings will speed up your return on investment, pay for other projects. But if you don't have that return on investment, then that changes the calculation entirely.
And also ideally, on each of these 3 project scenarios, you also have the 5 and 10-year plan for the school buildings attached with it. And you can see how quickly can I get to these other projects, depending on which scenario you go with. So to me, I don't know if I did my motion or second for this. I would rescind it because I'd rather we haven't even decided what project. We have made no decisions. So in my opinion, I think that if we can I don't know what way you would communicate that appropriately from the council level to the school building committee. I guess I could as chair, but that would be my preference. So that way it's almost like a more collaborative process and they're also involved and they understand what's happening. So both sides are working at the same time. That's just what I would agree with.
So we did have a motion and a second. Mr. LeBlanc.
Thank you, President Dixon. At the last meeting, I openly stated for me to be able to vote on something like this, I would need a 3, 5, or 7-year capital plan that showed all town projects. So I could try to come up with an estimate of how much would be available for this school project. And I have not received that. I know I was just given a debt amount of 27 million, but typically I would like to see not only paper debt, but also pension liability debt, because I would consider that debt as well of the town. I don't have that available. And then one addition that I would like I would like to know what the net impact would be to the taxpayer if we went with 30 million, 40 million, 50 million. I don't want that to be a late in the game calculation and spring it on the taxpayer at the end. I would rather know what it is upfront. So for those reasons, I will not be able to vote on an amount tonight.
Any other discussion? Mrs. Lima.
I can't remember if I was a motion or a second, but I would, yeah.
It was Jen and Kim that were the motion.
Okay, but again, reiterating, I would be in favor of rather starting further back instead of an amount out of the gate that we don't need to decide on right now. We just need to talk about options. It's a good thing Mr. Conti's here, so he's aware of where the council's mind is at. And then see analysis that goes with each, whether it's the debt fall off, the impact to the budget, the impact to the taxpayer, and then also what you get for your money in terms of the project at all these different amounts. I think it was very clear to me at the last school building committee, that committee is very aware of what our max bond indebtedness is. So that would be my preference. And I don't know where the rest of the council stands on shifting from committing to this resolution to a tactic that's more like that.
I'm in favor of that. I can withdraw my motion for the resolution. I don't think we need a resolution tonight. I do want to make sure that my message is passed on to SBC. If you feel like I need to go there and do public comment, I will. I am not in favor of hitting the available debt capacity. I will not vote in favor of that, no matter how good that deal looks. I won't max us out. So I just want to be very clear that that's passed on for my personal vote.
I mentioned that last week, but it certainly wouldn't hurt down the road as well for your comment.
Thanks.
Okay, any other questions? So you have withdrawn your motion? Okay, so I don't think we need to table this.
Well, yeah. So do we need a motion to
I
table
don't
to take
think
it
we
off
need
the
a
agenda?
motion. Mr. Gorham, do we need a motion to table this? The motion has been withdrawn.
No.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Conti.
I think that now.
Yeah, next item is you. That item was you.
Yes, it's just the contract. Item F4. Resolution to award a contract and to authorize the town manager to negotiate price for same for a consultant for the Coventry School Building Construction, Stage 2 and 3. Reference pages 91 to 179. One second, please. I'm going to read into the record a letter that the council received from Assistant Superintendent Don Coward. It's dated September 21st, 2022. It's addressed to the Council President, Dr. Ann Dixon, and members of the Coventry Town Council. Dear members of the Coventry Town Council, enclosed is a packet of information to support the Coventry Public Schools Building Committee recommendation of the selected vendor for consulting services for Stage 2 and Stage 3 for the necessity of school construction project. The School Building Committee is a mix of voting and non-voting members. All voting members have been sworn in by the Town Council President Ann Dixon. On Tuesday, September 13th, the committee heard presentations from 5 very qualified vendors. Each vendor completed a packet and many had formal presentations with slide decks. Scoring rubrics with the minimum required qualifications were shared with members of the committee for consideration when reviewing the vendor packets. On September 20th, the committee reconvened to discuss the vendors and select the vendor that best meets the needs of our community. Each member of the committee had a voice in the discussion, and a unanimous consensus was reached by all voting members. The School Building Committee is recommending that Studio Jade be approved as the vendor for the necessity of school construction consulting services for Stage 2 and 3. The committee discussed Studio Jade's involvement in the last school construction initiative and their dedication to the process and services provided to the building committee. Studio Jade demonstrated knowledge of the community and familiarity with each individual building. It is believed that with a tight timeline that Studio Jade can hit the ground running as we quickly move through the application process. Enclosed for your consideration is a copy of the Studio Jade proposal and slide deck from their presentation on September 13th. Sincerely, Don Coward, Assistant Superintendent of the Coventry Public Schools, who will soon be superintendent as of Monday, correct? Or Friday at 4 o'clock, or Friday at 4 o'clock. Okay. So may I have a motion? And a second for resolution?
I'll second.
F4. Any discussion? Ms. Ludwig.
So I think the School Building Committee is trying to figure out how to get the sessions online. So we can watch them, on YouTube, that kind of thing. So I don't know if my characterization of this is accurate or not, or I believe it is, but I didn't see it. So I'm going to say that. It sounded like there were multiple groups that got up and reviewed their proposals by the SBC on the 20th of September, that the group put forward Studio Jade. And it sounded like the only item that was still left up for review here is that the price was the same as certain groups who had not done any work with us in the past in terms of knowing some of the knowing some of the information already, having been done. So is that the only real difference here on this particular contract that says we would be awarding to Studio Jade and providing negotiation services, or leaving them up to you, Mr. Marchant?
Yes. So for clarity, we did shift to a qualifications-based selection process. And so fees and price were not considered in the evaluation of each of the proposals. And that's because at least one of the parties hadn't even put anything in there as part of the RFP that had been asked for. And there is some ambiguity as to whether you can ask for a price or not in a request for qualifications, but we just sidestepped it. And that's why in the agenda, it is authorizing the town manager to negotiate price. However, we do have, Studio J did submit a figure. And from that, we can discuss just how we're going to work together and what the appropriate amount is. Yeah. So that's how we got here.
So if that amount is discussed and is not appropriate or ends up to be appropriate, how does that come back to the council?
I will bring it back.
Okay. Thank you.
Mrs. Lima.
So I just wanted to clarify based on what Vice President Ludwig was remembering. So in full transparency, there was a significant group in the room who was all for Studio Jade again, just because of the familiarity. And it was mostly the people that were on the last committee. And then there were folks that were open to another architect just for the sense of fresh perspective, somebody new, just, other devil's advocate arguments. But the conversation shifted with the notion of, well, if Studio Jade knows us so well and they've already done a lot of this work before in terms of assessments and surveys or whatever it might be, and they can hit the ground running and do things quicker because they know us, then why would we pay the same amount if they've already done some of the work with us before? So I don't know. I mean, again, that was where the conversation went. And that was kind of a help to tip the tides in the building committee's favor in making this decision.
Hey, thank you. Mr. LeBlanc.
Just to confirm here, this is to allow the town manager to discuss a price, but it's going to end up having to be authorized by the council, correct? Just want to make sure that's clear. And it does not hold us to committing to any expense currently if we vote on this tonight, correct? Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, we have a motion and a second. Ready for a roll call vote? Okay. Vice President Ludwig?
Yes.
Mrs. Shockley?
Yes.
Mrs. Lima?
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc?
Yes.
Mrs. Dixon, yes. 5 yeas, no nays. The motion passes. Congratulations, Mr. Conti. Agenda G, public comment. If there's anyone with us this evening who would like to make a comment, please raise your hand. The president will recognize you. You may come to the podium. Please state your name and address and make your comment. And if you're on Zoom, and I see that we do have several on Zoom, please raise your hand in the chat. The IT administrator will let you into the meeting. State your name and address and make your comment. Is there anyone in the audience this evening who would like to make a comment? There is one person. Oh, two. Excuse me, two. Okay, in the chat, please raise your hand if you'd like to make a comment. Okay, thank you very much. Agenda H, executive session. May I have a motion and second to go into executive session at 10 10:09 PM.
I'll make a motion.
Closed pursuant to Rhode Island General Law 42465A1, discussion of job performance, character, physical, and mental health of a person or persons specifically for the council to discuss evaluation of the town manager, and closed pursuant to Rhode Island General Law 4244652, work session pertaining to collective bargaining agreement between the town of Coventry and Local 3484, Council 84, A.F.S.C.M.E. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Discussion? Roll
Question.
call vote.
Question.
Oh, sorry.
Is
Mr. LeBlanc.
H2 necessary to be discussed tonight? It's already
I'm sorry.
10:15.
What's the question?
Does H2, is it required to be discussed tonight? Or can
I'll
we
ask
push it?
Mr. Marchand. Mr. Marchand?
Nope.
Okay.
I would make a motion to table H2 for tonight.
I'll second it.
Okay, first of all, we have a motion to table H2. I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Roll call vote. Vice President Ludwig,
Yes.
Mrs. Shockley,
Yes.
Mrs. Lima,
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc.
Yes.
Mrs. Dixon, yes. 5 yeas, no nays. H2 is tabled. Now we have we're still on the table, a motion and a second to go into executive session for H1. Roll call vote. Ms. Ludwig,
Yes.
Mrs. Shockley,
Yes.
Mrs. Lima.
Yes.
Mr. LeBlanc.
Yes.
Mrs. Dixon, yes. 5 yeas, no nays. The motion passes. We'll go into executive session.
We are back from executive session, and I'm going to entertain a motion after I read the law for H1, closed pursuant to Rhode Island General Law 42465A1, discussions of job performance, character, physical or mental health of a person or persons specifically for the council to discuss evaluation of the town manager in which no votes were taken. Can I please entertain a motion in a second to close the
I'll make a motion.
Second.
to
Executive session.
close the executive session and seal the meeting minutes. I had a motion and a second. I'll take a vote now. President Dixon.
Yes.
Councillor Shockley.
Yes.
Councillor Lima.
Yes.
Councillor LeBlanc.
Yes.
Councillor Ludwig. Yes. The meeting is closed at 11:59 p.m. Thank you.
We got a motion to adjourn.
We need a motion to adjourn.
Oh, can I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
Oh, let answer.
Thank you for the second, President Dixon. Can we take a vote? President Dixon.
Yes.
Councillor Shockley.
Yes.
Councillor Lima.
Yes.
Councillor LeBlanc.
Yes.
Councillor Ludwig. Yes. The meeting is closed at 11:59 p.m. Thank you.